Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for coming to this second day of the Aiwac conference. We have a very full day, very full program looking at family alliances and professional life, as well as single women and professionalisation. This morning, we have our distinguished keynote speaker, Daniel Unger, a Professor of Arts at Ben Gurion University in Israel, and we're very grateful for Daniel for coming from Jerusalem to speak with us today. He has worked on the Bolognese School of Painting in the early modern period, also on Titian. His books include Titian's Allegory of Marriage, New Approaches, an edited volume that appeared with Amsterdam University Press in 2022. A 2019 publication, Redefining Eclecticism in Early Modern Bolognese Painting, Ideology, Practice and Criticism, again with Amsterdam University Press. And Guercino's Paintings and His Patrons, Politics in Early Modern Italy, with Ashgate in 2010, which was reprinted by Routledge in 2016 and came out in paperback in 2024. His latest articles include work on Caravaggio, Caravaggio's Martha and Mary Magdalene in a post-Trent context, the Journal of Early Modern Studies, Tra Nazareth e Loreto, la fusione del tempo nella Madonna di Loreto di Caravaggio a Roma, in Sergio Rossi, Rodolfo Papa and Rita Randolfi editors, 1951 to 2021, L'Enigma Caravaggio, Nuovi Studi a Confronto, by Et Graphie, 2023. And My Sin is Ever Before Me, a temporality in 17th century paintings of King David in Religion and the Arts in 2022. Art and the Double Meaning of Reflection in Titian's Allegory of Marriage, in his edited volume, Titian's Allegory of Marriage, New Approaches. Marketing and Self-Promotion in Early Modern Painting, The Case of Guercino, in Arts, 2021, and Iconography and Visual Hagiography, St. Carlo Borromeo's Portrayals in Bolognese Churches, 1611 to 1618, in Peter Howard, Nicholas Terpstra, and Riccardo Saccenti, editors of Renaissance Religions, Modes and Meanings in History, with Brepols in 2021. We are very honoured to have Daniel speak to us this morning, and the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Give him a big welcome, everyone. Thank you. And Daniel will be speaking on the iconography of St. Martha. Who are you, St. Martha? On housewives, housekeepers, and female cooks in early modern paintings. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you, but how do I make it work?
Oh.
How do I make this work?
Just with
No, it's here, but it's not there. It is here. It is. Okay. Okay. So now you hear me?
Yes.
That's a new addition. Comes with age. Okay. I gave this paper the following title. First, I want to thank you for inviting me, for having me as a keynote speaker. It's an honor and a privilege, and I'm very happy to be here. First, I thought about this title, but yesterday I heard some of the papers, and suddenly I thought maybe I should have given it a different title. See, I have to see you like this, and so you look here. Should it be called The Invisibility of Saint Martha? I thought the word invisibility is a Closer. And here you can't hear me? It's better?
Yes.
No, I need my hands. I need to. No. Okay. It was a special status of Martha or the Marthas in the successful TV series based on Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale that stimulated my interest in Saint Martha, Mary Magdalene's and Lazarus of Bethany's sister from the New Testament. I was wondering if it was a coincidence that both this TV series and in Sandra Nettelbeck movie from 2001, mostly Martha, that the same name was chosen for the figure who runs the kitchen. The Marthas in Atwood's Handmaid's Tale, and among them Rita, the domestic servant of the Waterford couple, serve mostly as cooks. In almost all the places in Atwood's book where Rita, or one of the Marthas, is mentioned, she is either in the kitchen preparing a meal or outside the house buying food or carrying ingredients. The reader's first encounter with Rita is in the kitchen where she's baking bread, and later when she's shelling peas. Rita is rarely described as taking care of something other than substantial nourishment. In terms of housewives or housekeepers' domestic chores. In Nettelbeck's film, Martha is a successful chef in a very exclusive restaurant who finds herself responsible for her niece after her sister is killed in a car crash. It seems that Saint Martha is a central figure in Catholic education system, at least in how Jennifer S. Wynd relates to her. According to Wynd's book, Beyond Mary or Martha, Reclaiming Ancient Models of Discipleship, first published in 2019, a serious question that is still, to this day, something that Catholic women are asked in regards to the daily routine is, are you a Mary or a Martha? Women are divided into two types. The first group consists of those who are very diligent and productive. The second group includes women who are observant, never letting their daily duties interfere with their faith. Martha represents the first group and her sister Mary the second group. The dualistic antagonism, the perception of Martha and Mary as representatives of opposing groups is an inheritance of prior perceptions, such as that of St. Augustinus, that regarded Martha as vita activa and Mary Magdalene as vita contemplativa. Atwood's choice to name the group of housekeepers and Wynd's distinction emphasize Martha's unique role in the common cultural conception of Saint Martha. Saint Martha appears in both Lucas and John's Gospels. Lucas focuses on Jesus' visit to the house of Martha, where she prepared a meal for him and his disciples. Lucas 10:38-42. This is, in fact, one in a series of episodes in the New Testaments wherein Jesus is invited for a home-cooked meal. What makes this particular episode special is that the person who invites Christ is also the person who cooks and serves the meal, and that she is a woman. John tells the story of the resurrection of Lazarus, wherein Martha has an important role, John 11:1-45. Not only does she summons Christ when her brother falls ill, but she also welcomes him when he arrives to Bethany and witnesses her brother's resurrection. Martha is mentioned again by John in the following chapter as serving Jesus a meal, where Lazarus is also a participant. While they were sitting at the table, Mary Magdalene bursts in and anoints Christ's feet with perfume as an act of repentance. This turn of events marks John's realization that what persuaded Mary to repent was the resurrection of Lazarus. There is an important difference in both sisters' response to the late coming of Jesus when Lazarus was on his deathbed. Both express sadness that Jesus did not arrive on time when their brother was still alive. Martha, quote, "Then said Martha unto Jesus, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died." Mary, quote, "Then when Mary was come where Jesus was and saw him, she fell down at his feet, saying unto him, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died." Martha, though, added, quote, "But I know that even now, whatsoever thou wilt ask of God, God will give it thee." End of quote. Jesus, thus, accentuated after the resurrection Martha's unconditional belief by saying, quote, "Said I not unto thee that if thou wouldest believe, thou shouldest see the glory of God?" And Mary, as already mentioned, anointed Christ's feet in the following chapter. John accentuates Martha's unconditional belief in the Savior, contrasting with Mary Magdalene's hesitant and doubtful response. Once established, Martha's belief and religious perceptions are fixed, and even though her brother was dead and Jesus did not arrive on time to save him, she is certain in her faith in Christ and expresses no doubt in him. In contrast, while Mary Magdalene is rather suspicious in regard to the help that can be received from Jesus once Lazarus is dead, she changes her view due to what she witnesses. Thereby, the contemplative Mary Magdalene is the active one among the two sisters in that she repents her misdeeds, showing that she is open to change. For early modern Catholics, Mary Magdalene is the one who is living in sin. And while she doubts Christ's ability to help her dead brother, the resurrection of her brother prompts her to change her lifestyle and go from a life of sin to a life of virtue, from living lavishly to austerity. Indeed, she travels the long route from a life of sin to holiness, from being a prostitute, occupying the lowest rank of human society. She becomes the one who stands by Jesus' side as he is crucified, and the first to have the privilege of meeting him after his crucifixion. Martha thus represents stability and belief, while Mary Magdalene administers change and repentance. In his Golden Legend, a very popular book in early modern period, Jacobus de Voragine added that the stories of Martha and of Mary Magdalene were first written by Martilla, the maidservant who accompanied them on the voyage to Marseille, and that they were of royal lineage. Their father having been the governor of Syria, Martha herself was rather wealthy and owned 3 towns, Magdalum and 2 named Bethany, as well as property in Jerusalem. The notion that she descended from nobility did not preclude her from serving Christ when he arrived to her home, as described in the New Testament. Early modern perception goes as far as to regard the 2 Lazarus sisters as the embodiment of one perfect female believer, as suggested by Teresa of Avila, the 16th century founder of the Discalced Carmelite order. They complement one another and represent both the active and contemplative lives, the physical and the spiritual, with the one leading towards the other. Thus, they are representatives of deformed contradictions, and only together form a perfect unity. Both sisters reflect 2 differing attitudes toward the ways female believers should serve the Lord. Martha represents the active, materialistic way of tending the Lord, while Mary represents the reflective way of listening, studying, acknowledging, and praying to the Lord. Each represents the reflective way of listening, each represents a different theological principle. Martha, justification by work, and Mary, justification by faith. Serafino Razzi, in his Vita e Laudi di Santa Maria Maddalena di San Lazzaro e di Santa Marta, published in 1587, defines the differing approach as Martha preparing earthly food, while her sister Mary Magdalene preparing spiritual food. If we consider all the information from the New Testament, Golden Legend, and early modern accounts, such as that of Serafino Razzi, which I already mentioned, and that of Tommaso Garzoni, 1586, Le vita delle donne illustri della scrittura sacra, we get an interesting view of the deterioration of St. Martha's social stand. Her position as a wealthy proprietor of land and houses, she is perceived as a housewife or a housekeeper. This declining status of Martha seems as a good ground for a feminist research. Yet this is not my intention or aim. I would like to understand where St. Martha's presence is. Where is she hiding in early modern painting? In this respect, I would like to add one more historical fact. In 16th century Bologna, there was a conservatory of Santa Marta that took care of orphaned and abandoned girls and taught them how to become handmaids. I do not know if this is the first establishment of this kind or whether other such institutions in other places. But for the purpose of the perception of Santa Marta, this is a clear indication of her status in the early modern period in Bologna. Among the two Lazarus sisters, it is the younger Mary who is better known and who received more attention in the visual realm. The various scenes in which Mary Magdalene appears contrast the limited array of inputs wherein Martha plays a role. Martha is hardly ever depicted alone and is usually recognized only when she is depicted alongside her sister. Although Saint Martha has unique attributes, a small bucket of holy water, an aspergillum, and a cross, in most artistic representations, she is recognized solely by the scene portrayed and especially through the help of her sister. In most of Martha's recognized representations in the early modern period, she wears a head covering, while Mary Magdalene remains bareheaded. In early modern painting, there are three scenes where Martha is prominently displayed. Martha is represented as a witness of the raising of Lazarus from the dead, or she may be rendered in her house having a conversation with Jesus while her sister Mary is rendered in between them. In this scene, Martha is perceived as Christ's hostess, preparing a meal, while her younger sister is listening to Jesus. In a third scene, Martha is rebuking Mary. This is an early modern invention for which its earlier representation is that of Bernardino Luini, completed in 1515. Martha is rarely represented in any other scene, although her saintly life contains other dramatic events, such as an embarkation to the south of France, where she overcame a monstrous figure who was demanding for human sacrifice. This, according to tradition, took place in Tarascon. She managed to have him killed with the help of holy water and an aspergillum, a liturgical instrument that was used to sprinkle holy water. Probably the most popular scene where Martha is an important participant is that of the raising of Lazarus. There are many examples such as those by Sebastiano del Piombo, Caravaggio, and Guccino. The identification of the scene is rather simple, as in Sebastiano del Piombo's version from 1519, where Christ commanding the dead Lazarus to rise with his pointed finger. In this painting, Mary and Martha are placed alongside one another. They are positioned between Christ and Lazarus, with Martha a little behind her sister. Mary is kneeling with her right hand on her breast, while Martha is standing and raising her hand in astonishment. Their placement, one next to the other, demonstrates the connection between them. Both sisters are astonished by Christ's success. This is expressed by their hand gestures. Caravaggio depicts both sisters in a different setting, in that it is Martha who is in front of Mary Magdalene. Thus, the painter emphasizes a different note. To recall, Martha represents unconditional belief, and Mary Magdalene, penance. Maybe the best example is that of Guercino. In a painting that was executed for Cardinal Serra in 1619, Guercino chose to depict Mary as at the center of the composition next to Lazarus, while a young man who is standing behind Lazarus is untying the ropes which bind his hands. Mary Magdalene grasps her right wrist with her left hand. In her right hand, she holds a kerchief. On the extreme left, two adult men talk to each other, with Martha in front of them. Now I lost where I was. Okay. The notion that Mary Magdalene is depicted as a penitent in Guercino's representation of the raising of Lazarus is reinforced when we see the same image in Mary Magdalene in this painting, which is another painting. It's not a detail; it's another painting, which is it's at the exhibition now here in Rome. In this later work, she is wearing expensive garment and clasping her right wrist with her left hand, while her head is tilted upwards and sideways. Guercino copied her image from his raising of Lazarus, except for placing a stone altar before her. Her clasped hands, which in raising of Lazarus rest on her lap, are here laid upon a skull lying on the altar. Mary Magdalene is gazing at the heavens with the same tilted head and the upward look directed at Jesus in raising of Lazarus. Guercino has taken Mary out of the context of the raising of Lazarus and put her on her own, in order to make it clear that here too the subject is repentance. He placed under her hands not only the kerchief, but also the skull. Mary Magdalene is a direct sequel to the raising of Lazarus. Unconditional belief in Christ is at the core of the scene where Martha is rebuking Mary Magdalene, as can be seen in Bernardino Luini's painting from 1515. Here, Martha is explaining to her sister and showing her the right path. At the last decade of the 16th century, the scene was portrayed by Caravaggio, who gave it a different interpretation. It is not only Martha who is expressing her views, as one can see by her hand gestures. It seems that Mary Magdalene is responding in that she turns a mirror towards her older sister. Mary Magdalene's attributes, mainly the mirror, the ring on her finger, and the citrus blossom that Mary Magdalene holds in her hand, may direct the viewer to a different interpretation. Mary is depicted as a virtuous woman, suggesting a conflict between the two sisters that relates to post-Trent agenda. This I wrote in my article on that was published like a year ago. I suggested that Mary Magdalene and Martha are thus symbolic representations of two groups of Catholics: those who accepted the Catholic reform and those who are still in need to do so. The splendid Mary Magdalene represents the Reformed Church that acknowledged, accepted, and implemented the decision of the Council of Trent. In contrast, the negligent Martha represents a conservative traditional church. She represents those who were good Catholics, true believers, who remained faithful, but were not familiar with the decisions of the Council of Trent. Caravaggio's Mary Magdalene is aiming a mirror toward Martha and thereby demanding that her older sister self-reflect, re-examine her conduct, and repent. I brought 3 other paintings of the scene from the 17th century. In 2 of them, one can see a mirror, yet it doesn't seem that they followed Caravaggio in what the mirror represents. You can see the mirror. A third group of painting where Martha is a central figure are those in which the main scene is that of a kitchen, and somewhere in the background one can detect the biblical scene of Christ in the house of Mary and Martha. This type of iconography received attention throughout the Catholic world, with Peter Aertsen in Netherlands, Vincenzo Campi in northern Italy, and Diego Velázquez in Spain. God. I wish I had a third hand for that.
It's here.
Now, where was I? A third group of painting, yeah. Okay. In these representations, a clear connection between Martha and the kitchen is manifested, establishing a perception that sees Martha as a cook. Aertsen, who lived and died in Amsterdam, depicted the scene a few times. In an early example from 1552, one sees a kitchen with a huge piece of meat at the center of the composition. At the background, Martha is complaining to Christ that her sister is not helping her in the kitchen. A second painting by Aertsen, 2 groups of people are depicted on both sides of the painting. The background consists of a scene of Christ with the 2 sisters and other participants. This is a unique painting in that it represents, on the right, a man who is offering a drink to a young woman. She seems to be accepting it, which means that she is a sinner. Now I'll try to do this. Wow. The old way. Where is it? Where am I? The huge lily on the table contrasts with what the woman is doing. You see the lily. On the other side, we see an old man drinking while touching a young woman who is pointing towards a pot in the fireplace. This painting is enigmatic. Its meaning is unclear, yet it represents both Martha and the kitchen. Joachim Bockler depicted the young woman looking at the beholder with a basket full of ingredients. Behind her stands an older woman with a big pumpkin in her hands. At the background, Christ, Mary Magdalene, and Martha. Pieter de Blot, in 1637, Christ in the house of Martha and Mary. This time, the kitchen is on one side, and Christ, Martha, and Mary Magdalene are on the other side. Vincenzo Campi in 1580 seems to have replaced Martha and Mary Magdalene in that the cook is without a head cover, and she is holding the salmon in a very provocative way. Yeah. It's a figure inside. Velázquez's painting too is rather enigmatic. We do not know for sure what we see. How should we relate to the story of Christ? Is it a painting on a kitchen wall? Is it a little window or a mirror? Still, the connection between Martha and the kitchen is clear. Now we are left with the last group of paintings that show a kitchen and a female cook. There is a connection between these paintings and those mentioned above. Maybe the best example for such a connection is that of Joachim Orteval. With the cook in the foreground and Christ with the two Lazarus sisters in the background. The female cook skewers chickens on a pole. Artsen too depicted a female cook skewering chickens in the same manner as Orteval. Earlier representations of Saint Martha working alone in the kitchen are by Andrea Di Canio. Here, the 15th century painter depicted the saint in the refectory of Santa Anna in Foligno, cutting a fish. Giovanni da Milano rendered Saint Martha in Santa Croce, with her apron on, approaching Christ, who is talking to Mary Magdalene, who sits in front of him. Behind Martha, one sees the table with some dishes on it. A Dutch female cook cutting fish is at the center of Floris. It's tough to say the names in Dutch, yes. Floris Gerrits van Schouten. Painting from the 17th century. And there are many other examples of this scene in a variety of depictions, both in Catholic and Protestant art. So it comes as no surprise that these paintings are a simulacrum of Santa Marta. For early modern eyes, these images of a female cook were regarded as depictions of chaste women, as was Santa Marta. Returning to Margaret Atwood's Handmaid's Tale and Sandra Nettelbeck movie, Mostly Martha, we see how this simulacrum has developed. The idea of Santa Marta is embedded in European cultural perception. Once acknowledged, we might even consider Vermeer's milkmaid as Santa Marta. I wonder if the simplistic division of women into two types could have been one of the reasons why Saint Martha is not mentioned in depictions of women in the kitchen. Mary Magdalene, on the other hand, is always mentioned by name. Maybe because she represents a more sophisticated female type. Early modern perception of Santa Marta as a prototype of a housekeeper, a housewife, or a cook leaves the need to address her as Martha redundant. Here are two more preliminary conclusions. In both Atwood's book and Nettlebeck's movie, Martha has a significant role. For Atwood, Martha is a commoner. All the martyrs are supposed to be the same and act as housekeepers and cooks. The idea that all housekeepers are martyrs is self-evident. For Nettlebeck, Martha is the one female protagonist who manages to rise above the common female cook and become a chef. The car accident of her sister and the need to take care of her niece might deteriorate her back to the position of a housekeeper, which she manages to resist. She remains a successful chef. I'm quite sure that both Atwood and Nettlebeck actually thought about Santa Marta when they named their character Martha. It is also clear to me that the idea of a housekeeper and a cook as Martha is deeply grounded in early modern perception. This is what one can see in early modern painting. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel, for this lovely explication of a figure that has perhaps been marginalised in early modern painting. I'd like to open the floor to questions. Is there anyone that would like to ask Daniel a question? I'd just like to make a comment. You asked about the Saint Martha in the Conservatory of San Marta in Bologna, whether it was one of the first or is the first. I'm not sure if it's the first, but it is one of many that start appearing in the 16th century. The other one's the Madonna del Baraccano. But it's interesting, you didn't show Lavinia Fontana's and Prospero Fontana's Christ, in a sense, admonishing Martha for interrupting the Mary Magdalene's the blessing of Christ, in a sense, of her supplication to him. And that particular painting, I don't know if other people are aware, and I'm sorry that I don't have a picture, but that particular painting was actually on the altarpiece of the Conservatory of St. Martha, and has her in a very prominent role. So I just thought that you might be, that might be a nice link there. Yeah. Any other questions? How rooted in Dutch still life, the idea of a mercantile economy was the Dutch representations of St. Martha?
Now you can hear me. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's something that one needs to still continue and learn. But I'm sure that even though Dutch, most Dutch, not Vermeer, but most Dutch were Calvinists.
Yeah.
The perception might have changed a bit, but I don't think that it changed a lot. I mean, even though they wouldn't believe in saints by definition, I'm sure they had their own saints, they thought about their own saints, even though, as we all do today.
But I was fascinated by your link that images such as Vermeer's Milkmaid could be considered a representation of Martha, the idea of the cook and the active, yeah.
When we take it further, then we can understand the window, the open window, and we can understand why there's light on her head. And it becomes once it becomes a religious painting, it gains new meaning.
Thank you. Another example you might bring into your wonderful work on this topic is the Guido Cagnacci at the Norton Simon, which is a conversion of the Magdalene, and it's quite extraordinary. It has a nearly nude Magdalene, and again, Martha is kind of rebuking her, and it's just a stunning painting, so which you obviously know, and that's, I guess, just a suggestion. So
I didn't bring everything. I think I couldn't. It's too many. Sure, yes. There's too many. I try to be simple. Yeah.
I have a question about portraits. In the 17th century, there are a lot of portraits of above all aristocrat women disguised as saints. And we have a lot of portraits as Saint Magdalene. Really, even if their name was not Magdalene, we have portraits of a lot of important ladies as Magdalene. And I wanted to ask if you checked, for example, the books about education, how they suggest to educate women, and if you have seen a sort of, we'll say, difference. I mean, more suggesting that Magdalene could be a model for aristocrat women, because aristocrat women are supposed to live also in a very mundane world, so also more with more possibility to be in the scene of fashion, in the scene of extravagance. So Magdalene could be a model for that. But I never found a portrait of these aristocrats women as Saint Martha. So maybe also with this contrast of Martha as more a model for, I would say, women from the people, and Magdalene as model for women of the high classes.
First of all, thank you for this suggestion. I didn't think about educational books, but you're right, I should go and check them up. Secondly, one must admit that it is forbidden for post-trend people to be rendered as saints. So once you do it, you're already a sinner. Maybe that is the reason why they prefer to be Mary Magdalene and not Martha. But I think that that's why I wanted to call my paper "Invisibility of Saint Martha," because I'm sure that once we'll be conscious about the fact that maybe there are more depictions of Martha than we might find more martyrs. I'm sure we'll find more martyrs. She's hardly ever depicted. You hardly ever see her. You only see her with Mary Magdalene. There are a few paintings in the south of France where you see her with a monster, when in Tarascon, for example, but you hardly ever see her alone. So yes, this is just a beginning of a kind of research that may grow. If I let it grow, if someone else will take it from me. Which, yeah. Thank you for the education.
Paintings in which Martha is represented not cooking but doing chores in general, because there are 15 Italian convents that were nuns called Marta, that doing chores, and some nuns called Maria that spend the life in praying and only in praying, not doing chores or making something material activities. So are there some paintings with Martha that doing chores and not only cooking?
I didn't find any, not yet, in any case. Maybe there are. One has to put his mind to it to find those women. I'm sure I will find washing dishes, for example.
Okay.
This one sees washing dishes. I mean, once established, once we understand that Martha is a very important figure in early modern ideas, we might find other paintings, Franz Hals, for example, where you see the woman who is doing other things, not just cooking. I'm sure one can find, but first one needs to be persuaded that these women are Martha.
I just have a clarification question. Thank you for. I have a oh Jesus. Okay, I have a clarification question. Thank you for the amazing talk. It was super interesting. This is just more general because I just don't know this, and a quick Google search couldn't tell me. How come Saint Martha is being venerated as a saint? Like, what had her elevated into this position, and why is she venerated as a saint and Mary Magdalene is not? Even though maybe now people know Mary Magdalene. Mary Magdalene, you said she's not venerated as a saint. She isn't a saint. She is? Okay, but I thought you just said that. Oh, okay. But can you tell us how Martha came to be celebrated as a saint? Is there a certain moment in her life that elevates her to this status, or is it just her position in the story, basically?
Her position in the story. There's was never a veneration or that sort. She's part of the New Testament. That's why she's part of the
narrative.
Christ's entourage. She's considered a disciple of Christ. That's why she's a saint. She's a saint.
And
both of them are.
Representing both Mary Magdalene and Martha, representing the active and the contemplative life, which is a very strong idea in post-Tridentine thinking.
Thank you for your extraordinary talk and very inspiring. I was just thinking of if in Italy exists any Santa Marta Day or Santa Marta celebration. There is something in my mind that says yes, but I cannot actually remember where and when. And if I remember well, I mean, just this kind of bits and bytes of memories in my mind, it is very related to the housekeeping things. So the things you are telling about the Santa Marta Conservatory in Bologna, where orphans were taken, that was because, as Jonathan was just suggesting, effectively, it could be a prototype and a model prototype for, the orphans who were destined to be housekeepers at their times. So that could be a prototype of what we are saying. And the other interesting things was Adelina was saying about, the Dutch and Flemish paintings that Adelina was saying about the Dutch visual culture and the Italian Mediterranean visual culture. And so these divisions between Protestants world and Catholic world. So in the idea that probably could not be expressed as saint after the Council of Trenton. That is interesting too. But yes, definitely, personally, I was never wondering, this model of housekeeper, where they had taken out from. And now it is evident thanks to your enlightening talk. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no further questions, anyone else would like to, or comments? I'll bring this session, the keynote, to an end, and we can meet for coffee downstairs and back here at 11. Quarter to 11, half an hour break. I'd like everyone to thank Daniel again for his very enlightening talk. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Welcome to our session this morning, Family Alliances and Professional Life, looking at the husband and wife relationship in relation to women artists. And our first speaker is Alessandra Masu, who will be talking the life and career of the Roman miniaturist painter Bianca Boni, Rome 1786 to 1857, family, marriage and a secret love affair of a successful woman artist in the Rome of the Grand Tour. Alessandra Masu is an independent researcher and author, president of the Associazione Culturale Artemisia Gentileschi. She is art historian, journalist and author, collects art created by women from the 16th to the 21st centuries. She's also the director of the Artemisia Museum Project, the first virtual museum dedicated to celebrating women's achievements in the arts. She received a degree in modern art history from the University of Perugia in 1991, and also the same year a master's degree from the School of Archival Science, Paleography and Diplomatics in the State Archive in Perugia, and later studied at the Lewis School of Journalism in Rome with a master's degree in 1993. She's published in essays in Epoca and Grazia and the Repubblica's weekly style magazine. As an art historian, she has contributed to several exhibitions and art publications and is the author of the historical novel Lena, che è donna di Caravaggio of 2013. In 2020, Alessandra published Perché io non voglio star qui a questa vita, più a questa vita, la voce di Beatrice Cenci dai documenti conservati negli archivi romani, with a second edition currently in press. And she's also curating the anastatic print of the 1623 edition of Margherita Sarocci's Scanderebeide, which is in press. Welcome, Alessandra.
Hi. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me.
And we can start. Yes.
Start with a photo of the church where she was christened. I'm sorry, but of this great portrait painter, we don't have a self-portrait of a portrait yet, I would say. So Bianca Boni was the daughter of Giuseppe Boni, a sculptor of Tuscan origin, and the Roman Anna Frangioni. She was born in Rome on January 6, 1786, and was christened the next day in the parish church of San Lorenzo in Lucina with the name Blanca Luisia. Her godmother was the Roman Maria Belloni, a resident of the parish church of Santa Maria sopra Minerva, and her godfather, Gaetano Callani, was a painter and sculptor originally from Parma, resident in the parish of San Marcello al Corso. The choice of the godfather is explained by the old relationship between Giuseppe Boni and Galli 2 decades earlier, when the young Boni, who was at the time pupil of the sculptor of Ferdinand I Bourbon, Duke of Parma, Jean-Baptiste Boudard, met the already established Callani at the Academy of the Arts in Parma. Just a little note on the act of baptism. Unusually, it's reported the name of the midwife between the names of the patrinus, the godfather, and the godmother. Here is notated the name of the obstetrix, Magdalena Gonit. Very unusual. I haven't found it in many records. Probably was a difficult delivery, and so the obstetrics was kind of praised by being mentioned in this way. 13 years later, on June 14, 1799, Bianca Boni of the deceased Giuseppe, resident in the parish of San Lorenzo in Lucina, participated as her godmother to the baptism of her niece Adelaide Felice Fortunata Festa, daughter of Bianca's eldest sister Candida Boni, and the Piemontese sculptor and painter Felice Testa. Candida and Felice had got married 3 years earlier, on October 16, 1796, in the same church of San Lorenzo in Lucina. Growing up in an artistic family, Bianca Boni learned the rudiments of drawing from her father, but it was probably her brother-in-law, Felice Testa, who directed Bianca to her successful art business, miniature painting. Festa was both a painter of large-scale works and an expert in the sophisticated technique of gouache and watercolor on ivory. In fact, 3 of the 4 daughters of Candida Boni and Felice Testa became miniature painters, trained by both their father and their aunt Bianca. Giuditta Bianca Altomira, called Bianca, like her older sister Adelaide, was baptized in 1802 by her aunt Bianca Boni. Matilde Maria Giannetta and Domenica Felice Virginia, wife of the French painter Raymond Quinsac-Monvoisin. Just a little, just a few notes about these artistic nieces. In 1824, Giuditta was registered by Keller among miniature painters. In 1827, she participated to the Paris Salon with the portrait of a woman. In 1829, she exhibited in Florence. And on September 4th, 1831, she was elected member of the Accademia di San Luca in Rome. And between 1832 and 1870, she participated to several exhibitions in Rome. Matilde was also an appreciated miniature painter, but information of her work is scarce. Her works were exhibited in Florence in 1829, in Rome in 1833, and in Turin in 1844. She died unmarried in her hometown on January 4th, 1867. Domenica, the youngest, had the best, kind of longest international career, because she had married the French artist Monvoisin in Rome in 1825 and moved with him to Paris the same year. They will have only one daughter, the couple, in 1834, who was named Blanche after her maternal aunt. Domenica had a long and successful career as miniature portrait painter on ivory and on porcelain, exhibited at the Paris Salon for 50 years, from 1831 to 1881, the year of her death. At the 1841 Salon, she got a prize, and her works, especially portraits, received special mentions in 1857, 1861, and 1864. There are 7 of her works at the Bordeaux Museum. The eldest, Adelaide Felice Fortunata, Bianca's first goddaughter, became a sculptress following her maternal grandfather's and father's path. She is mentioned in the Stati d'Anima of San Lorenzo in Lucina between 1831 and 1836 as a professional sculptress. Since 1845, she is no longer recording in Rome, but she reappears in her aunt's Bianca last will in 1852. Bianca Boni's formative years coincided with the last phase of the life of activity of the doyenne of Roman miniaturists, Thérèse Concordia Mengs von Maron. The elder sister of the painter Anton Raphael Mengs, she married one of his pupils, the Austrian portrait painter Anton von Maron. Thérèse's younger sister, Julia Charlotte, was a court painter until in 1765 she entered the convent of Belvedere in Ancona, where she died around 1806. Thérèse Concordia Mengs ran an art school specialized in miniature painting and pastel portraits. Among her pupils, her niece Anna Maria Mengs, daughter of her brother, Sofia Clerc Giordano, the Roman Anna Salti, the Austro-Spanish Marquise Mariana di Santa Cruz, and the Polish Countess Valeria Tarnowska. Unfortunately, we have no proof that Bianca Boni attended Thérèse Mengs' Marmoran studio. On February 14, 1808, 22 years old, Bianca Boni married in her family's parish church of San Lorenzo Lucina, Luigi de Bustis y Figuera, resident in the Roman parish of Santa Maria del Popolo. Her husband and the marriage itself remain rather mysterious at the current stage of my research. A survey of the Stati d'Anima of her husband's parish church in the years preceding the marriage was unsuccessful. Bernardo Franconi, who first published about Bianca Boni's life and work, read correctly De Bustis y Figuera in the act of marriage and published this spelling in his 2014 article. But I wonder, I checked the document, of course, in person, and the spelling is correct. But I do wonder if the correct spelling of the name of the husband should be instead De Bustos and Figueroa, as these are known Spanish noble families. But this is something that, you know, I still have to research in depth further. Just a few notes about the act of marriage. It's noticeable that it's a marriage with only one ban, premissa unica denunziazione. So it sounds like it was done in a hurry, and with a special dispensation. Was indeed celebrating Bianca's parish church, but none of her family members appear, and the witnesses are not family members or friends. They are witnesses, let's say, d'ufficio, collaborators of the priest. Certainly, Luigi de Bustis must have been older than Bianca, given that he had 4 children at the time of their marriage, as Bianca wrote in correspondence of 1814-1819, published by Falconi in 2014. Yet, he's not defined as a widower in the act of marriage. Whatever the circumstances of the marriage, the two separated immediately after, as Bianca reported in an 1814 letter that she has been separated for 6 years. For sure, Bianca Boni never used her husband's surname. It should also be noted that in this act of marriage, the usual final note that the spouses have received a communion and traditional blessing is missing. Boni always defined herself a married woman and appeared very concerned about her reputation in at least 2 known moments of her life. In the month of November 1811, during a sitting for a portrait, a gift for his mother, the French poet Alphonse de Lamartine, at the time 21, expressed his infatuation with Bianca Boni, femme célèbre. Bianca was 25 and had been married but separated, as we know, for 3 years then. Despite Lamartine's verbal and written apologies, Bianca was adamant. She refused to complete the commission and thus earned his even deeper admiration. Lamartine wrote in his autobiography much later in life, "My first adventure in Rome inspired me for Bianca Boni a respect that was better than my stupid love affair." 3 years later, in the earliest of 32 letters written over 5 years between January 1814 and April 1819 to a mysterious French lover, whom she calls Mon ami de mon cœur, Bianca confessed that she has been separated for 6 years from her husband, a man who had made her very unhappy. Fearing the damage to her reputation from gossip, she asked her friend, who was married too, to send his letters to people she trusted, including her maid Rosa Capri, at different addresses. The attempts of heirs of the recipient of Bianca's letter to hide his identity, it was discovered by Carlo Generat, the Bolognese scholar of Swiss origin, who found the correspondence in the 1950s in Paris. The man, we know his man, right? Then we know now the name of the man. The man loved by Bianca was an officer of the French Napoleonic army stationed in central Italy in the last years of the empire, so between 1811 and 1813. His name was Captain Claude Jean Papillon. In 1813, Papillon was stationed in Santa Marinella, circa 60 kilometers north of Rome, and in Rome, he met Bianca, already a successful artist. At the end of the same year, Papillon was called back to France, and so the exchange of letters between the two began. In 2014, this correspondence was partially published by his present owner, the specialist of 19th century miniature painting, Bernardo Falconi. Even though these are passionate love letters, they contain a lot of interesting information about Bianca's social and professional life. In the above-mentioned letter of January 1814, she sounds very aware of her talent and professional goals and how her reputation must be protected at all costs. In the following letter dated February 12, 1814, Bianca mentioned a copy of Raphael's Fornarina, which is about to send Papillon to sell, and asked him about the ivory she's expecting from him. On March 24th, Bianca informed Papillon that she has sent him through a certain Mr. Boulard her Fornarina. On April 14th, she confirmed that she had received from him a piece of ivory and a letter, and mentioned a commission of 2 paintings from her friend, the Polish princess Teresa Czartoryska, who had been portrayed by Elisabeth Vigée-Lebrun in 1801. On November 11th, 1814, Bianca wrote she was planning to paint a copy of the so-called portrait of Beatrice Cenci by Guido Reni, and one of a Madonna by Sassoferrato. Passion and business are intertwined in all subsequent letters until the last one, dated April 25, 1819. It seems that the 2 lovers never met again in person, and when Papillon died in 1845, his widow, Marie-Louise Bougarel, got his war pension. Now we can see the portrait in the original case. A prolific artist, Bianca painted both portraits and copies of work by other masters, building a solid reputation with her contemporaries. Several editions of Information and Directions for Travelers on the Continent by Mariana Stark, a tourist guide published in the first half of the 19th century for Englishmen preparing to travel to the continent, recommended the most illustrious contemporary artists in each discipline. For the discipline of miniature painting in Rome, it lists only 2 artists, Bianca Boni and Teresa Fioroni. Since her clientele was predominantly British, almost all of her signed works have resurfaced in Britain. My Portrait of a Young Gentleman, you can see here, although auctioned in Milan, also came from the international antique market. On May 22, 1825, Bianca, then 39 years old and at the top of her career, was elected an honorable member of the Academy of San Luca, a recognition awarded on the grounds that, for a long time, the Academy has admired your skill in the art of fine miniature painting and your rare constancy in the practice of that discipline, thanks to which you have forged a reputation for yourself both in Rome and abroad. From the Manuale di notizie riguardanti le scienze, arti e mestieri della città di Roma per l'anno 1839, dedicato ai signori professori ed artisti della dominante, published in Rome in 1838, we learn that the artist studio in Rome was situated at number 30 Via Felice. In the Stato d'Anime of 1838 of the Parrocchia of Sant'Andrea delle Fratte, Bianca Boni is mentioned in Via Felice, number 30, 3rd floor, Bianca Boni Romana, of 52 years of age. She's living alone. Same mention in 1839, but finally, she is defined as Romana Miniatrice, so Roman and miniature painter, age 53, still living alone, so an independent professional woman. In 1840, she's mentioned again in Via Felice number 30, alone. This time also with her condition as a miniatrice, miniature painter. Now we can see, yes, the photos of Via delle Carrozze 98. On January 18th, 1844, Bianca Boni, then domiciled in Via delle Carrozze 98, corner of Via del Corso. You can see San Carlo and at the end of the street. Parish is again Church of San Lorenzo in Lucina, so the church of her, childhood and youth. She declared in a deed drawn up by Benedetto Pomponi, notaio collegiale capitolino, that she had 4,000 scudis of savings earned from her professional activity. The artist who stated that she was still active in her esercizio of miniatrice, constituted an annual life income of 366 scudi, 1 scudo per day, for life, in exchange for a capital sold to Giovanni Argenti, a silk merchant and property owner in the center of Rome. So, in the Stato d'Animo of San Lorenzo in Lucina of 1844, so after she clearly changed domicile, in Via delle Carrozze, number 98, second floor, Bianca Boni, civil status married, no mention of her condition of professional or professional condition, and here she is 63 years old. But she's not living alone any longer. There is a married woman living with her of roughly her age, she's 56, called Maria Barbetta, and no condition indicated for either of them. In the same register of the Stato d'Anime of Santa Maria of San Lorenzo Lucina, which is notoriously, kind of parish church of travelers and artists in Rome, there is no shortage of artisans and artists, but the few women mentioned are only wives or daughters of a man, or are a wet nurse, a midwife, a servant, a seamstress, or milliner. And there are also a few curiale, and I was a little surprised to find this kind of old-fashioned name to indicate prostitutes. Among the few women professionals, there is only the singer, a French singer, Angela Derrier from Marseille, and 3 teachers, most of them retired. Now we are in the church of Santi Vincenzo and Anastasio in Rione Trevi in Rome. So 8 years later, on August 3rd, 1852, resident in Via della Purificazione 18 in the parish of Santi Vincenzo and Anastasio in Rione Trevi, Bianca Boni wrote her last will. After establishing bequests for all 4 nieces, Adelaide, Domenica, Bianca, and Matilde, Boni named the last 2, Bianca and Matilde, her pupils still living in Rome, as her heirs. To the eldest, Adelaide, her first goddaughter and a sculptress, Bianca Boni left un toccalapis ed un pennello parimente d'argento, a pencil toucher and a brush, also made of silver. She died in her apartment on the first floor of Via della Purificazione 18 on September 26, 1857. She was almost 72 years old. In the act of death, I noticed that the priest added to the usual formula between the lines this word solemnis to specify that they had a proper funeral given her status of well-to-do professional woman, although she's defined.
Alessandra, mi
Yes.
scusi, dobbiamo tagliare perché abbiamo altre 5.
Yeah. I'm done.
Poi,
I'm done
sì,
exactly
puoi
now.
concludere, grazie.
Yes. So she, so again, she's not defined as a professional in her act of death, but as a widow. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Alessandra. We will now have called Cecilia Paolini to this stand. And Cecilia teaches art market diagnostics for cultural heritage and artistic techniques at the University of Teramo. She specialised in medieval and modern art history at the University of Rome, where she obtained her PhD. She has collaborated with the Halliford Museum of Willamette University in Salem with a research project sponsored by the Centre for Ancient Studies and Archaeology. In 2018, together with Raffaella Morselli, she organised the international conference Rubens and Italian Culture, 1600 to 1608. And she's the author of the monograph Peter Paul Rubens e gli Arciduchi delle Fiandre Meridionali, published in Rome 2018. She's been on scientific committees of exhibitions such as Rubens and the Birth of the Baroque, and collaborated on the exhibition Rubens a Palazzo Te, Pittura, Trasformazione e Libertà in 2023-2024. And she's published widely in various journals, such as the Burlington Magazine, and also works on technical, stylistic analysis and historical reconstructions of works of art. I'll leave it at that because we really need to get on. Thank you. Grazie, Cecilia, who will speak on Caterina Marchetti, the importance of Italian wives for the network of foreign artists in early 17th century Rome. Grazie.
Before starting, I would like to thank to the organizers and all of you for your attention. So, Caterina Marchetti was the wife of the Flemish painter Jacob d'Azay. Although little is known about his artworks corpus, Jacob d'Azay was a well-regarded artist in early 17th century Rome. A member of the Accademia di San Luca, he was acquainted with Peter Paul Rubens and taught Michelangelo Cerquozzi. Archival documents trace the Flemish painter's progression from his youth to his involvement with the Teutonic congregation of Santa Maria della Pietà in Camposanto. From 1604, Jacob d'Azay is regularly mentioned in the records of the Accademia di San Luca. The censor's records, or Studi delle Anime, confirm he ran thriving workshop frequented by many painters, some of whom later achieved their own fame. As early as 1602, he hosted Anton van Os, who in 1607 opened a workshop with Theodor Ballon. The following year, his pupils included Jan Snelling and an otherwise unknown Michele Gisberti. Between 1606 and 1613, and again between 1623 and 1627, the artist Giovanni Battista Todi from Orvieto also worked with him. By the early 1620s, 3 more apprentices were recorded, a Flemish artist known only as Giovanni, Michelangelo Cerquozzi, and Giovanni Simonelli. Only 2 of Jacob d'Azay's paintings survive. One signed, depicting the arrest of Christ, and the other, a martyrdom of San Bartholomew, attributed to him more recently. His most important commissions were 2 altarpieces for the Church of Santa Maria in Camposanto in the Vatican, depicted the Assumption of the Virgin and the Immaculate Conception. Alvieri mentions these paintings, and Titi later recalls them as generic story of Virgin, though they are currently lost. According to Ogeworth, Caterina Marchetti and Jacob d'Azay were married on August 3, 1602, with Paul Brill as witness. However, archival research updates this timeline. Jacobus de Donino and Caterina Romana, daughter of Antonio from Piemonte, were married the 1st of July 1601 and lived on Via del Corso, the same address as the painter's residence in the 1602 as censor records. This coincidence extended beyond their address. Caterina's father, Antonio, was Piemontese, confirmed by subsequent documents. An intriguing detail about the Flemish artist's surname is revealed in the baptismal record of Andrea, Jacob and Caterina's son, baptized at San Lorenzo in Lucina on January 6, 1608. In this document, Jacob's father is referred as Nicolai Domanini Flandri. Actually, Jacob's father was named Andrea, but Andrea and Nicola also is the same name, considered the same name. a name later given to his grandson, as mentioned in the later documents. The significant detail, the surname Domanini, suggests their marriage date. Domanini likely derived from a patronymic ancestor, and the marriage certificates abbreviated D.Nino. Suggests that their marriage date should be revised a year earlier. Jacob and Caterina had 2 children, Giovanna, born on September 6, 1603, and baptized 3 days later in Santa Maria del Popolo, and Andrea, who sadly died at age 2. Documents from the Capitoline archives in Rome reveal Caterina Marchetti's Jewish origins. She joined the community of neophytes shortly before her marriage. Indeed, all discovered notarial documents from the Capitoline archives fall within the 3rd section, which includes documents of the Jewish community. Particularly, the notary Hieronymus de Bellis, whom the couple consulted for all their family's legal matters, led Office 29 of the Trenta Notai Capitolini between 1622 and 1623, later becoming the notary of Jewish converts. In the 3rd section of the Urban Archive, volumes 21 and 23 and 26 and 27, where the deeds of Jacob de Sée and Caterina Marchetti were found, are reserved for the neophytes community. The acts of Hieronimo de Bellis are contained in volumes 21 and 23 and cover a chronological span starting in 1624 and ending with his successor Silvano Manispeo in 1651. Caterina Marchetti's conversion appears to be linked with her marriage to Jacob de Sée, who, in the other hand, appears to have always been a Catholic and to have been present in the Stati delle Anime in Rome since 1601. Considering the network of contacts made up of artists, intellectuals, but also members of the clergy, the conversion to Catholicism is part of a logic not only of conviction, but also of convenience. The marriage between a foreign artist and a Roman woman was not an extraordinary social phenomenon. The movement of artists to Rome in search of fortune, meaning without the certainty of a commission, a particularly frequent occurrence from the last quarter of the 16th century onwards, often represented an opportunity for study and stylistic updating that turned into a life choice. The journey to the Pope City, especially if undertaken during one's youth, was, in the luckiest cases, the start of a flourishing career. Not only artistic skill, but also the ability to manage social relationships with indispensable to secure, that was indispensable to secure entry into the most remunerative sites and to find passionate collectors. Often, the fame of a painter or sculptor was built and strengthened thanks to a network of associations between artists of friendship, when not actually of kinship, with whom companies were formed to manage economic interests. On June 4, 1581, Brill married Ottavia Sbarri, daughter of the goldsmith Manno Sbarri. Thanks to this marriage, Brie became a brother-in-law of the painter Paris Nogari, who in July 1578 had married the second-born daughter of Manno and Faustina, Marzia Sbarri, and became related, albeit indirectly, to the sculptor Ambrogio Buonvicino, who on April 27, 1587, had married the unfortunate Settimia Sbarri, who died prematurely in October 1589. It was precisely with the Lombard sculptor and with the brothers of his wife, Ottavia, that Paul Bril entered into an association not only of kinship, but also of economic interest. Caterina Marchetti's role, however, seems to have been much more active than that consort who was part of a social network that benefited her painter husband's profession. Indeed, during the long career of Jacob de Assé, Caterina Marchetti seems to have played a key role in weaving the network of relationships concerning the art markets. In 1616, Caterina was godmother to Giacomo Vanos, the son of the painter Anton, together with the distinguished archiater Johann Faber, a member of the Accademia dei Lincei. In 1629, Caterina was godmother to the son of the painter Alessandro Turchi, named Giacomo, together with Cavalier d'Arpino, one of the most famous artists of the time. In addition, Caterina chose the painter Antonio Tempesta as godfather for the christening of her daughter Giovanna. The large number of children of whom Caterina was godmother legitimized the hypothesis of a real relationship strategy based on the trust on the one hand, and on the other, on the interest of social attestation. Jacob de Assès and the Lincei community ties were notably strong, especially on financial point of view. Many documents from the Capitoline archives illustrate the Assès' willingness to lend money in exchange for dazioni insoluto, solvent payments. According to the medieval canon law, still in force in the 17th century, lending money with interest was prohibited, as usually. However, investments for solvent returns were allowed, such as payments through property transfers or financial arrangements that provided temporary or lifelong income, exactly, censo. Secured by real estate mortgages or granted capital. The earliest document dated December 1606 shows that Jacob entered into an agreement with Giovanni Battista Bagni, transferring 100 scudi as collateral against a censo of 12 scudi a year, paid biannually in advance. The most notable part of this contract is the nomination of beneficiaries should Jacob die. Alongside his wife, he named Federico Cesi, Duke of Acquasparta's son, as inheritor of half of the capital and agreed censi. This purpose company was liquidated on October 10, 1609. Once again, therefore, Caterina Marchetti appears to be at the center of her husband's economic affairs and not a mere appendage. Caterina's family supported the Flemish painter in consolidating his economic position through financial transactions with important members of Roman society of the time. On December 24, 1607, her father, Antonio Marchetti, borrowed 100 scudi from Jacob to establish a censo that generated substantial returns for the painter, repaid on November 26, 1609. The active role that Caterina Marchetti and her family played in the business affairs of Jacob de Assès fits into a broader panorama of social transformation occurring in the 17th century. Historically, only a very few female painters or women of a noble rank participated in the art market, usually as collectors and patrons. In addition to these rare cases, there were also the widows of male artists, who were often obligated to manage their husband's assets and maintain relationships with his clients to ensure their family's survival. However, by the early 17th century, especially in Flanders, women from the middle classes were increasingly involved in the art market, not only as collectors, but also by assisting in the management of art trade and circulation of artworks. In this slide, Caterina Marchetti, who was married to two Flemish artists, represents a pioneering example of this social shift with the Roman art scene. In Jacob de Assé's will, dated May 3, 1634, Caterina is named sole heir to approximately 6,000 scudi and altri beni mobili, stabili, permanenti, crediti, ragioni ed azioni. Besides the financial assets, she inherited property near Trinità dei Monti, valued at 800 scudi. On August 1648, Ludovico de' Rossi, referred to the archival documents as Magnifico, but not otherwise known, is forced to sell to Jacob de Assé, with whom he owned a debt of 465 scudi of capital plus another 300 derived from the annuity of a censo, together with the cession of another censo of 100 scudi per annum levied on this real estate. This annuity is also part of the financial property inherited by Caterina Marchetti. After Jacob's death, Caterina remarried the Flemish master glazier Gerard Maes. Through this marriage, she both inherited his first husband's fortune and helped elevate Maes' reputation through her established social network. In volume 22 of the third session of the Capitoline Urban Archive, there is an important document concerning Caterina Marchetti. It is dated 1st of July 1637 and attests to the assets given as dowry by Caterina Marchetti to her second husband, who imposed a mortgage on the dowry assets to ensure Caterina's ownership. It is interesting to note the conspicuous value of this patrimony. In addition to the house in Trinità dei Monti and all the movables, unfortunately not listed, the document records the sum of 4,000 scudi and 900 jewelry in cash. Gerard Maes belonged to the Flemish Brotherhood of the Church of San Giuliano. Caterina moved into her new husband's home, but retained ownership of the Trinità dei Monti property. She continued to be a crucial figure in Rome's artistic community, even hosting the young painter Mattia Preti from 1646 until her death 4 years later. Throughout her life, Caterina actively managed the financial affairs of her two Flemish artist husbands, positioning herself at the center of a network of cultural connections that she maintained until the end of her life. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia, for illustrating this wonderful network that you created. Yeah. Our next speaker is Juliet Simpson, who doesn't really need an introduction to many of us, but Juliet's been with us for quite a few years now. And Professor Juliet Simpson is an internationally recognised expert in art and visual cultures of the long 19th century and 20th centuries. Her research, teaching and curatorial interests focus on how perceptions and meanings of art shape national and transnational cultural identities and values. She has published and lectured widely on fin de siècle art and cosmopolitan artistic exchange, French art and art criticism of the long 19th and early 20th centuries, spaces of display, decadent visual and literary cultures, art and memory reception of medieval art and capitals of art, and has received many awards for her research. Her current work explores how we image, retrieve and reinvent personal and collective cultural memory via objects, texts, sites and monuments, and on the reception and invention of Northern Gothic and Renaissance visual cultures, including in collections, receptions, via displays and transnational recreations in modern and contemporary art. Professor Simpson is also director of the Lanchester Research Gallery, Coventry University. She has various international awards and major collaborations. I'll only mention a couple. Visiting Professor of Art History and Cultural Memory at University of Amsterdam, visiting scholar in conjunction with the Leverhulme Research Fellowship at Wolfson College, University of Oxford. She's also an academic advisor at various institutions. And Juliette today will be speaking on The Desiring Eye, Elizabeth Eastlake's née Rigby art as cultural agency beyond a fortunate marriage in Victorian Britain. Thank you and welcome, Juliette.
Thank you so much. It's lovely to be here, and thank you so much to Adelina and Consuelo, to the organisers again for this opportunity. It's such a great pleasure to be here and to be back in Rome, and also to be here with the audience. I'll just mention the biggest project I have at the moment. I'm actually professor invité at the Maison des Sciences Humaines at ULB in Brussels. And this relates to my sort of project, which has just come to huge sort of fruition. This is the exhibition, the International Exhibition on Gothic Modern, From Darkness to Light, Helsinki Athenaeum, Oslo National Museum, and Albertina Vienna. It's just opened in October. It's running until January 2026, and we have a fantastic range of artists who are women in that show. Okay, so what do we know about Elizabeth Eastlake, or Rigby? A figure, an influential woman whose trailblazing contributions to 19th century Thank you. Whose trailblazing contributions to 19th century art history as an artist, as an art critic and tastemaker are still neglected. While her marriage to Sir Charles Eastlake, who became director of the National Gallery, London, elevated Elizabeth to a cultural position which was arguably unparalleled amongst her contemporaries, scholars have acknowledged that this partnership, the Eastlakes, was substantial. It could hardly be argued that Elizabeth Eastlake's marriage made her invisible as a key cultural agent in her own right. She was recognized as an authoritative connoisseur of art, notably by John Ruskin and leading pre-Raphaelite artists whom she supported, and she was widely known for her influence as a patron and in the emerging vision in Britain of an art for the nation. But in fact, there has been little scholarship on either of the Eastlakes' activities, that is Charles and Elizabeth, despite their joint significance in shaping the National Gallery acquisitions, particularly of early Italian Renaissance and early German art. And this is a topic to which I will return very shortly. But the question of Elizabeth Eastlake's specific, deeper interactions with the period's leading artists and cultural tendencies, and in Frances Haskell's view, as one of the most articulate figures of Victorian England, I quote Haskell, remains unexplored. And so it is my focus now. So my specific concern, taking up the key themes and problematic of this conference, love, marriage, desire, is to unveil an unseen Elizabeth Rigby. That is to discover the Rigby, the precursor, behind or entangled with the Eastlake, the married identity. The Rigby, Eastlake, as artist, photographer, and writer, as well as celebrated wife, arbiter of national taste, and patrons. And I think this slide, I wanted to, in a sense, put together the young Elizabeth Eastlake, Rigby, the young Charles Locke Eastlake, to rather suggest the idea of this shared journey rather than a woman marrying into status and patronage. And then the pair, Elizabeth, who is being staged and photographed by the Hill Adamson photographers duo, and of course the official Royal Academy portrait of Sir Charles Eastlake by John Prescott Knight. So in the interest of time, the focus of my short paper is to shed light on Elizabeth Rigby's Eastlake's 1857 essay on photography and her series of photographic self-staging in modes of early modern and 19th century heroines, interests that interact with yet reveal the sharper trajectory of Elizabeth's artistic evolution and indeed agentive freedom acting from within her status as noted connoisseur and influential partner. First, though, is to look further at her activities as a connoisseur, because this is a key frame, and it also involves us rethinking questions about the meaning and identity of the connoisseur. It propelled her ascent within the Victorian art establishment, which doubtless caught the attention of Sir Charles, and yet which offered an important route to what, in Rigby's case, as for her key contemporaries, Anna Jameson and Mary Merrifield, and this also included the trailblazer Maria Graham, Lady Calcott, is also an act of cultural ownership. It crosses boundaries of gender and patriarchal power. Indeed, by the later part of the 19th century, this key group were to lead a pivotal expansion in the territory of 19th century art through women's leading roles in the art press as critics, translators, and as historians. By the 1880s, they notably included the big-name periodicals, the Art Quarterly, The Connoisseur, and the Burlington Magazine, to shape new cultural directions, and in which Rigby's championship of photography was to be prominent, as we'll see very shortly. What art connoisseurship means for Rigby. Now, I realize this is a detailed slide, but I wanted to just put it up. So I'm not going to read this out, just to give you a sense of the range of what these figures are actually engaged in and what they are doing, and the sort of the very, very rich range of their activities. What art connoisseurship means for Elizabeth Rigby, widening its scope of interest, is therefore a determinant pathway to her power. It stimulates her networks of independent agency, artistic support and interaction, which you can see from these become increasingly diverse, established from Elizabeth Rigby's early stage in her pre-married career. Raised in an intellectual household in Norwich, Elizabeth had taken up drawing and the study of art. Another link with drawing. These drawing women are very important. These were passions developed during her time in Germany and Switzerland between 1827 to 29, and again in 1835, where she began translating the German art historians Johann David Passavant's influential tour of an artist in England. And this was followed by Elizabeth's study on Goethe in the later 1830s. In this, a key role model and mentor was Maria Graham, Lady Calcott, and her trailblazing role as a pioneering traveller, diarist, and art critic. And by the mid-1830s, Calcott had established herself as the leading authority on early German and early Italian art. It was not Charles Eastlake, it was Maria Calcott who really led this circle. This was disseminated notably in Calcott's 1828 to 29 German and Italian journal. It's absolutely a wonderful journal. It's so full of rich observations, and so it's so wide and omnivorous in its range. And there, Calcott's expanded perspectives on unseen art and pasts put her at the centre of a British art circle that included Charles Eastlake, Passavant himself, John Gibson Lockhart, the editor of the Art Quarterly, and the German art historians Franz Kugler and Gustav Wagner, fellow Germanophiles, and of course, Anna Jameson and the young Elizabeth Rigby. As pivotal to her role as tastemaker and networker is Callcott's mold-breaking model of the artistic husband-wife partnership, functioning as the root to and keystone of circles of connection, to develop connoisseurship as a multiple practice beyond its perceived limits in antiquarianism, and this is as authoritative, critical, reflexive across expanding concepts of art. And I just wanted again to put in this slide a kind of actual and visual connection with what these circles of connection are actually doing. And this expanded network of connoisseurial activities, and you notice in the lower pink circle, they are not just artists, but they are literary writers, printmakers, editors, art historians, translators, and of course to this group we should add publishers. Callcott's model would become the key influence, stimulating the Eastlake's distinctive married partnership modeled on a kind of collaborative connoisseurship, both in terms of their Germanophile taste-making, in forming a national collection, and in setting new directions in art history. But more than this, the young Elizabeth Rigby was exposed through Callcott's networks to a type of synthetic formation that mirrors Callcott's own cultivation of polymathic interests, in particular making new connections between an artistic and scientific approach to history and observation. Equally important is Callcott's romantic direction of interest through her practice of what I am calling the mobile gaze, her emphasis on synthesizing observation and vision, which is developed especially in her 1828 to 29 journey, and a work on which I've published in her remarks on the still unfinished Cologne Cathedral. And here we get a sense of what Callcott is actually doing with art, history, and its great monuments and memory. She's conjuring an actual idea of its the virtual imagistic presence of the still unfinished Cologne Cathedral in 1828-9, conjuring the idea of it as a sort of constantly recurring sort of lieu de mémoire, and also image, making Callcott in this journal as much a creator of images as of observational encounter. And it's this primacy giving to viewing as a fluid practice of encounter and projection, in effect to expanding capacities of the desiring eye, that critically shapes Elizabeth Rigby's early interactions with the photographers David Octavius Hill and Robert Adamson in Edinburgh. And I just wanted, again, just to give you that sense from Callcott's own journals, what it is about this kind of projection that is so important and exciting for this group. This idea that she projects, this idea of hidden past, the cathedral, that part which is finished, the choir is magnificent in contrast to the wretched state of the rest, and she plays with building the imaginary Cologne Cathedral throughout the Cologne part of the tour. And again, the range is almost inexhaustible. She's creating different kinds of viewing opportunities through her actual construction of these little sort of card viewing devices known as peep shows. This is by Maria Callcott herself, dated from her voyage to Brazil, and this interleaves in 1828 to 29 with the really fascinating German journey. Back to Rigby. Along with her travels trailblazing Europe's north and east, and from the early 1840s as the first female art critic for Lockhart's Art Quarterly, Rigby's route map shadowing Callcott's is clear. But it's photography to which Rigby turns in the early 1840s and following her marriage to Sir Charles in 1849. Especially to the potential of a practice, photography, that crosses boundaries between art and image, between vision and science, that also comes to mirror the fluid identity of the connoisseurs, as Callcott redefines it. Rigby uses photography and the image, as we will now see, to resituate the agentive potency, not just of status by marriage, or indeed the Victorian romantic construct of the companionate marriage, And this, as Sharon Marcus, in a very interesting study, has argued, develops by the 1850s an increased societal value. But Rigby is concerned with the idea of developing the idea of the artist partnership. So Rigsby's first contact with photography was in the early 1840s, following her move to Edinburgh in 1842 with her sisters and widowed mother. She was already forging a reputation for art and literary travels via her 1841 residence on the shores of the Baltic, followed by letters, and we see it here. By the mid-1840s, she gained entry to Edinburgh's best drawing rooms, I quote Rigby, as she records in her journal. No one can more enjoy the kind of society with which we here mix and which, except abroad, we had always been debarred from. This included Edinburgh's foremost intellectual coterie of editors, literati, artists, opening enhanced opportunities for Rigby's literary career, and pivotally for her introduction to the Edinburgh photographers David Octavius Hill, they are shown here, and Robert Adamson, and to their new experiments with calotype photography. And as I'm sure, of course, you know, this is a photograph printed on paper from a negative and thereby, of course, multiply reproducible. A letter from 1843 from Rigby to her close friend, the publisher John Murray, and this is a very detailed correspondence with Murray, on her interest in her instrument called the calotype, offering to send him specimens, indicates by this date Rigby's contacts with the Hill-Adamson partnership. In fact, Rigby sat for Hill and Adamson on multiple occasions, 20, she records in her letters. In an image from 1843, this is the one on the left here, a young Elizabeth emerges with her characteristic braided hair looped over her ears, striking a pose of the demure heroine from a romance or fable. Yet she also appears caught in a movement of light between the static and the ephemeral image. The soft contours and almost bleached effect of the calotype process, which lacks the sharper tonal contrasts and detail of the daguerreotype or the later album and print, gives to Rigby's portrait a quality of evanescence and palpable presence, as if image and technique are becoming intertwined in a new minted vision of art. Several more photographic images of Rigby by Hill-Adamson, this is the set across 1843 to 7, develop this imaging of a performative play between Elizabeth's conscious self-staging in multiple artistic guises. She appears as heroic or contemplative, her oval face and rather Roman nose recalling portraits of the French romantic writer Georges Sand. You see here, deep in studied thought, or in this example on your right here, as complexly Madonna-like, as she called herself in this image, Giulietta. Others show her posing in her best apparel in the manner of a contemporary fashion plate, yet mixing references to periods and styles. What these images point to are tantalizing ways in which by the mid-1840s, Rigby's sense of self, her intellectual and artistic independence find their analogue in Hill and Adamson's calotype experiments, blurring boundaries between the merely reproducible and new possibilities for art. In other words, we could see in the Rigby-Hill-Adamson interactions more than that of the model posing for the photographer. Rather, as akin to another partnership, they create what Rigby herself suggests as, I quote, a different kind of drawing, a new technology of vision in which Rigby's multiple reproductions as subject and image exploit and play with the suggestiveness of Hill's and Adamson's calotype process. Their subtle modulations of light and shadow, I think we see beautifully illustrated here, render visual and technical effects to conjure portraits, works of art, as Rigby notes, capable of producing the most exquisite Rembrandt effect. Yet they also evoke a mirroring perception of the potency of the self-image to capture artistic agency and action. So to my final and brief section, agency, mobility, the capacities of the desiring eye to discern artistry shape the new cultural perception, are determinant attributes that for Elizabeth Rigby, her marriage partnership to Sir Charles in 1849 could only develop. The precise circumstances of their meeting are not known, but they mixed in the same circles. They mixed amongst Germanophile tastemakers and artists, and again amongst salient connoisseur artist partnerships, notably Maria Colcott's and her husband's, the landscape artist and diarist Augustus Colcott. While wealth was a significant factor in enabling the agency of these relationships, in key instances, as in Anna Jameson's case, it was less so, and arguably more important is the value and fruits of a shared artistic vision, not just a love match. Important as though that was. While for the Eastlakes, this operates within the interstices of Victorian institutional status in the art world, it also destabilized barriers in terms of Elizabeth's significant visibility in connoisseurship, contravening some assertions of Victorian culture's separate spheres of male and female agency. Whether the Eastlakes actually, I quote, worked as one scholar maintains in their purchasing for the National Gallery from 1855, is a matter of conjecture. What is demonstrable and mold-breaking is that it is Elizabeth who extends the art historical reach of the Eastlakes partnership interest to photography in the very first such detailed treatment of the new potential of photography of as an art form. So these are my final two slides, and I just want to pause on two or three of these important quotations because they say something, I am arguing, significant. Her essay, simply entitled Photography, appeared in 1857, published in the Quarterly Review, Lockhart's spearhead journal. While photography was a mutual focus for both the Eastlakes, and by 1853 Charles was elected president of the Photographic Society, Elizabeth acts on it, picking up and building on her earlier Edinburgh interactions with Hill and Adamson. Indeed, her essay is striking for its depth and range of insights into why and how photography might be perceived as aesthetic and creative, raising key considerations that continue to be valid for contemporary readers. A substantial part of the essay details the scientific and technical development of photography from the early 1800s to Daguerre and Niepce, indicating Elizabeth's clear knowledge of and doubtless her own experiments with photographic processes. But in the interests of time, I'm just highlighting three salient ideas. First is her assertion that photography, above all, may be seen as comparable to painting with light. In effect, this expands on her idea of Hill Adamson's calotypes images as a kind of drawing, in her perception that photography is par excellence an art of light borrowed from nature, but evolving from nature, not merely mechanical. Our purpose is to point out that the defects or irregularities of photography are as inherent in the laws of nature. And so she goes on. The camera, the plate, the images, the prepared paper or plate we put into the camera may be compared to a chaos without form, on which the merest glance of the sun's rays calls up image after image till the fair creation stands revealed, but not in the order it met the sun's eye. A second related point is Elizabeth's stress on the artistic potential of photography beyond the mechanical, to play with the evocative, to conjure the poetics of the blurred, imprecise form. In short, is its capacities as she sees to enhance nature's innumerable reflected lights and halftones, which play around every object, rounding the hardest edges. To change, in other words, through artistry, this natural order of relations. And third, to criticisms of photography's defects as an art of imitation, she counters with a sharp claim that the photograph can do more than reproduce a formula, as might be levelled against the miniature painter or the copyist. Photography holds potential to transform the very construct of the natural, real image and of how we perceive it. Correctness of drawing, truth of detail, absence of convention. The best artistic characteristics of photography are qualities of no common kind. They are on the threshold of art. While the essay has been criticised for aspects of its gendered language, arguably most compelling is the perception of photography as an evolution in both art and vision, an evolution in which Elizabeth's practiced eye as critic and the artist of her own self-image has become a desirous, visionary eye. It is one that expands the territory of her connoisseurship as it loosens the boundaries of the married partnership, albeit one of taste and fortunate agency, to admit the earlier Elizabeth Rigby's own formation in another partnership. In Elizabeth Eastlake's photography, we see not only an artistic vision that opens the space for a mode of representing, reimagining fluid artistic identities, we glimpse the expression of the creator, the artist, beyond a fortunate marriage. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliet. Thank you very much for that wonderful paper. Excuse me. Our next speaker is Side Setayesh, who completed her PhD in art history at the University of Zurich in 2024, with a focus on visual culture and historical memory during the Iranian Constitutional Revolution. She currently teaches at the University of Zurich's Art History Institute and organised the 2023 workshop and exhibition, The Tongue of the Desert, on Jean-Jacques Hess, a pioneer in Islamic studies. Her recent publications include The Tongue of the Desert, Jean-Jacques Hess's Studies on the Bedouins of Central Arabia of 2023, and the article Sophie van Wies, Künstlerin und Wissenschaftsautorin wider Willen in Librarian 2024. Side will be talking to us on Between Canvas and Family, the choices of Sophie Hess von Wies.
Thank you so much for having me.
Welcome. Welcome, Side. Yes.
So you can see my full screen, hopefully, or can you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So hello everyone from Zurich, and thank you for having me today. Today I will explore the life and choices of Swiss artist Sophie Hess von Wies, particularly her act between her artistic pursuit and her roles within her family. This presentation will also touch on Sophie's education, her contemporaries, and the way in which social expectation shaped her career path. Sophie Hess von Wies, born in
Excuse me, Sade, sorry, you need to put it on full screen. Your presentation on full screen.
It is on full screen.
It is.
It was on full screen.
Okay, yes. Sorry, please continue.
Is that better now?
It's the same, but that's all right. We'll continue.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should I change the screen? Do you see my note or you don't see the slides? How is it?
It's not in presentation. It's not in presentation mode.
Okay. How about now?
No.
Sorry, I will stop sharing for a moment and I try again.
Yes, that's better. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Sophie von Wies, born in 1874 in Zurich, Switzerland, was a landscape artist trained in Zurich. She had an ability to bring nature to life in her compositions, which rarely include humans as central figures. Her career began promisingly, but family obligation led her to eventually set aside her own work, a choice many women artists in Switzerland faced in this period. The Kunstschule für Damen, translated to Art School for Ladies, founded in 1899 by Louise Stadler, was a groundbreaking institution in Zurich, created specifically for women who couldn't access traditional art academies. Sophie was one of the earliest students here. This school helped education of many talents like Helen Dahm, giving women the space and support to explore their creative potential in a restrictive social setting. During her years at the Stadler Art School, Sophie refined her approach to landscapes, often focusing on trees and natural scenes over human figures. Her travel, particularly to Italy and Egypt, enriched her work, allowing her to capture a perspective of nature that set her apart from her peers. Before her marriage, Sophie exhibited her works, which were positively received in Swiss art circles, with some even purchased by the Swiss federal government. One of the most significant collaborations in Sophie von Wies' artistic career was her work on the Geburtstagsbuch, translated to birthday book, of Vera von Württemberg, the Grand Duchess of Russia and Duchess of Württemberg, a region in South Germany. This project was particularly unusual because Vera had access to well-known artists like Hans Thomann, a German painter, yet she chose Sophie, the artist relatively unknown outside Switzerland. The Geburtstagsbuch, published around 1905 to 1908, contained a collection of Vera's poems, including translation of Russian, French, and German works. Sophie was responsible for the illustration of the 12 months, while the floral decorations were attributed to another unknown designer. Sophie's involvement in this project underscored her skills in landscape illustrations, as reflected in 12 landscape drawings she provided for the book. Despite the honor, Sophie had mixed feelings about the final product, as indicated by her note to her stepson, urging him to burn the book and point out that she had not drawn the floral decorations. However, the note was written around 15 to 20 years later. The collaboration between Sophie and Vera demonstrates a unique intersection of high culture, aristocracy, and the quiet work of forgotten artists who still left an indelible mark on Swiss art history. Helen Dahm, another alumni of the Stadler School, chose a markedly different path from Sophie. Remaining unmarried, Dahm decided herself fully to her art, ultimately achieving significant recognition. Her life highlights how, for some women artists, personal sacrifice in family life enabled greater artistic freedom. After completing her studies at the Stadler School, Dahm moved to Munich, where she connected with artists like Wassily Kandinsky and Gabriele Munter, which had a strong influence on her modernist style. In 1938, Dahm broke ground as the first woman to win Zurich's Art Prize. Her success illustrates how access to networks and institutional support could open up new possibilities for women artists, showcasing the varied paths that navigated in pursuit of recognition. When Sophie von Wies married Jean-Jacques Hess in 1906, her artistic career began to shift significantly. Jean-Jacques Hess, a prominent scholar and the first professor of Islamic studies at the University of Zurich, had a demanding academic role, and social expectations strongly reinforced her duties as a wife and mother. Over time, Sophie gradually withdrew from public exhibition and her identity became...
Excuse me, sorry, so are you changing the slides?
Yes.
They haven't been showing up. I'm
Oh
sorry.
my God.
Okay, this is... Okay. This is the 1904.
This is the Stadler Schule for Damen, and the professors were male the first 5 years. These are the Geburtstagebuch, and yes, this is the family portrait.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
No, thank you. Thank you.
In this rare family photograph, we see Sophie at the center, representing her crucial role within the family. She is seated, sewing, while her son Friedrich studies, and her daughter Hildy, with a doll in hand, echoes the nurturing role traditionally expected of women. Interestingly, Hildy later defied his past, becoming a successful artist herself and remaining unmarried. Jean-Jacques Hess is positioned separately in his study, symbolizing his academic dedication as he reviews a book, a traditional family portrait of the time. The next slide is: though Sophie stepped back from public life as an artist, she continued to make substantial, albeit uncredited, intellectual contributions. Her most significant work was her extensive input into her husband Jean-Jacques Hess' 1938 book, Von den Bedouin des Inneren Arabiens, his only published monograph. Drawing on her own experiences in Egypt, Sophie enriched the book with detailed ethnographic content, writing much of it and providing valuable insight into Bedouin culture and tradition. However, the book was published under Jean-Jacques Hess's name, with only a brief mention of Sophie in the preface, where he thanks her for her assistance on a single chapter. Sophie's letter to the editor and publisher revealed that she wrote nearly the entire book, while Jean-Jacques Hess only made minor corrections, including the transliteration of the names. This ghost-written work highlights Sophie's intellectual commitment, but also reflects a broader pattern of erasure where women's significant contributions were often absorbed into their male counterparts' legacies, leaving their own achievements largely unrecognized. Sophie's story exemplified the fate of many talented women of her era. Despite her instrumental support for her husband's scholarly work, she rarely received credit. Linda Knucklin's essay, Why Have There Been No Great Women Artists?, explores this dynamic of systematic exclusion, revealing how women like Sophie were often forgotten by the art world, with their talents overshadowed by social expectation and limited opportunities. The next slide is about the artist Lydia Aman. Lydia Aman, a contemporary of Sophie and a student at the Stadler School, also faced the challenging decision of prioritizing family over her artistic career. Known for her illustration work with Swiss publishing houses, she contributed to small booklets and other publications early on. However, like Sophie, Lydia ultimately chose to focus on marriage and family, stepping away from a full-fledged artistic career. In contrast to Helen Dunn, who remained unmarried and dedicated her life to art, Lydia's past highlights the social pressure that often led women to sacrifice their professional ambitions. Her story reflects the broader reality for many women artists of that time in Switzerland, whose creative pursuits were overshadowed by the roles of the wife and mother. The next slide is about Hildis Hess, the daughter of Sophie. Sophie's artistic legacy continued through her daughter, Hildy Hess, who pursued a different path as a sculptor and remained unmarried. Hildy achieved notable public recognition and commissions, including a gravestone and bronze bust of her father, demonstrating the increased opportunities available to women artists by the mid-20th century. A unique connection can be seen in Hildy's bust and drawing of her mother, which capture her mother's character and reflect their artistic relationship. The contrast between their focuses, Sophie's landscape that emphasize nature, especially trees, and Hildy's commitment to human figures, illustrated a generational shift in subject matter. While their artistic expressions differ, Hildy's achievement echoes and extends her mother's legacy, showing how women's role in the art world were evolving across generations. The last slide is Sophie Hess von Wies' journeys reflects the challenges faced by women artists balancing social roles and personal ambitions. Her story, along with those of her peers like Helen Dahm, Lydia Amann, Gertrude Escher, and Emmy Fenner, highlights how educational institutions like the Stadler Art School for Ladies and artistic networks in such cities like Munich influence their careers in various ways. While Sophie's life demonstrates the limitation imposed on women, it also illustrates the quiet resilience of female artists within these constraints. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Sir Dave. We'll have to quickly move on. We'll probably have to go over our 12:30 finish. We'll continue as we go along. Irene Caravita is our next speaker. She's a research fellow at Sapienza University of Rome, joining the project WOW, Women Writing Around the Camera, 2022. Her studies range in the field of the history of contemporary art and photography, investigating episodes and relationships in Italy after the Second World War. She gained her PhD at Sapienza in 2020 and later won the 2021 Thesis Prize to publish Photography in the Private Galleries of Milan, 1967 to 1975, with De Luca in 2022. Ok, yeah, va bene. No, va bene lo stesso. Sì.
Working? Nope. Okay, I want to save time. Okay, now it's working. Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Yes, Irene will be talking on a perfect, loving and intellectual alliance, Fernando Pivano and Le Belle Ragazze, Fernanda Pivano,
Yes,
and La Belle Ragazze di Ettore Solstas. Thank you.
Thank you, Adelina, for introducing me, and thank you, everyone, for all the people involved in the organization of this conference. I'm very glad and honored to be here today to have the opportunity to present an ongoing research about Fernanda Pivano, Ettore Sozzas Jr., and their book, Le Belle Ragazze, The Beautiful Girls. With my contribution, I propose to question the narrative of Pivano's life and open a new point of view on her complexity as an author, a woman, and a wife, a reluctant feminist. Before diving into the pages of the book, I would introduce them very quickly, just to give anyone a bit of context, since we are talking about very different chronological and geographical area, which is also an immeasurable value of a conference like this one. Fernanda Pivano and Ettore Sottsass, they both have been born in 1917. They met in Torino before the Second World War, and they get married in 1949, moving to Milano together. Their marriage began to falter in the late 60s, and they separated definitely in the second half of the 70s, getting divorced later. In the middle, almost 30 years of works and travels, always side by side. She has been one of the most relevant figures in the Italian editorial field of the past century, with almost 40 translations, hundreds of articles, essays, preface, postface, and novels. Recently, her work as translator, mostly from American literature and poetry, has been studied by Andrea Romanzi, to whom I'm deeply grateful for sharing his papers and ideas. Sottsass held a similar leading role, but in relation to design, architecture, and visual arts. The union has always been described as very profound, a sentimental, intellectual, and creative alliance, to whom I'm referring in the title, built on mutual support. But there is a but, because with our modern gaze and concept of male, female roles and marriages, we could look back to them and valorize all the complex stratification and layer of meanings in all the projects they've made together, questioning gender roles and sexuality. Exemplary in this topic is Le Belle Ragazze. Here I copied a paragraph of Sottsass' autobiographical book, Scritto di Notte, where he remembers crying while entering their new home newly married. Specularly, Pivano wrote in her diary a laconic note. October 29th, 1949, I married Sottsass. Ahimè. I mean, it was later and the marriage already ended. They both, by the way, they both described this with tenderness their sentimental and working complicity. To him, it was a fantastic life, hide without faults, going here and there, curious and always hoping. She wrote similarly at the beginning about their life together, that we were strong, pure light, happy, scared by anything, maybe just scared by our luck to be young and in love. In the middle of the 60s, when our book Le Belle Ragazze had been published and launched, they both are almost 50 and they've been married already 16 years. She's held an apical position in the cultural Italian world. She's working on translation of Howl by Allen Ginsberg and just presented a couple of really important books, the anthology Poesia degli Ultimi Americani and the collection of essay America Rossa e Nera. He already won his first Compasso d'Oro for Olivetti, automatic calculator, and he was keen on ceramics and jewels while always designing. So they were already in the middle of their career. One last premises, while the Le Belle Ragazze book came out in this in Young Independent Publishing, they founded while Sottsass recovered from a severe illness and nephritis in the hospital of Palo Alto in California, where he and Pivano conceived the fanzine Room East 128 Chronicle to keep their friends adjourned about their news. It's a collage printed in mimeograph cyclo style, and it's an inception to the life of this little independent publisher's house named again East 128 after Sottsass' hospital room. The printing included, as soon as they've been back to Milano, books and zine co-produced, among whom I found Le Belle Ragazze, a peculiar photographic book where images by Sottsass and descriptive text by Pivano co-live peacefully, except for the fact that the idea of the book developed from his need to give expression and shape and images to his interest towards the female body. I'm going to read the incipit translated here to be quicker and easy. One day, and it's Pivano writing, one day he said to me, in a slow and low voice, his eyes surprised and melancholic, the more the time passes, the more I realize how much I like beautiful girls. How do you like beautiful girls? I replied alarmed. It was then that he showed me the photograph of a Vestal prostitute of Babylon. He had taken it at the Louvre through the glass of a display case that contained several. I remember her very well. Here we see the photographs Pivano is referring to, the second page of the book. A little vestal, completely naked, made in white alabaster, with her arms held together by 2 golden threads, 2 little rubies on the place of her eyes, and a necklace and 2 earrings. In this incipit, the writer perfectly summarized the reasons for the volume and the exhibition linked to it, we're going to see later, and the key themes around which they are built. The images of beautiful girls, both ancient iconography and modern bodies portrayed on the beaches, for example, of Antibes, reference with the sacred, the spiritual, and the divine. The interest for the body ornaments as well, which Pivano and Sottsass shared. She has been a great collector of ethnic and artistic jewelry, and he has been designing them since the late 50s for her, but not only. With great piece of ekphrasis, Pivano guides the reader through the book inside any contest in which all the photographs had been taken, finding her way to be by her husband's side, also in this exploration of femininity, which is also a cultural and geographical exploration, because as we can see, all the pictures have been taken in many different places around the world, and that's the focus of my next step on this exploration and research. The attitude of the writing is mild and slightly ironical. Following the dominant idea of a married couple of the mid-20th century in Italy, he appears as a sort of virile Don Giovanni, while she's a monogamous and faithful. Far from questioning their relationship itself or looking for a different value for Pivano's role, how does she perceive herself in a situation like Le Belle Ragazze project, which is just an exemplary case study? Came to help a recent essay by Jacopo Galimberti, a UF professor, highlighting the presence of a new model and proposal of masculinity and male gender in the artistic practice and project of a few artists, among whom stand out Ettore Sottsass. I quote Galimberti that write about Sottsass' masculinity as pink and pacifist virility. Galimberti proposed that works by Sottsass as La Camera da Letto and Le Belle Ragazze, a design project and a book, together with his frequent reference to his wife in his catalog, writing and drawings, choreographed the ideal parity between 2 partners. Le Belle Ragazze in particular, I quote, conjured a countercultural relationship of equality within a married couple, punctualized Galimberti. I don't agree completely, so we're going to go back later to this point. But I see why he used this idea of parity. I copied some pages here to show you the relationship between pictures and text. The women depicted, as I mentioned, are from various places all around the world, and the couple used to travel to very unusual places for the time, as the way that anticipated Federica di Castro back in a 1976 catalog, which is still very good, as a couple of modern nomadism. When Pivano writes the text that accompany the photographs of beautiful girls, it is not the first time that the two collaborate in these terms. Most of the editorial projects for East 1028 are made this way. For Le Belle Ragazze, we face with rather classical layout, as you can see, respect Sottsass' more brave and original ones. The 2 languages proceed as parallel tracks. Here I see the equality Galimberti refers to, but on a different level, it is equal, a relationship based on one single partner, sexual desire, that remain implicit all the book, except for the incipit. While the book is almost chaste, because it's Pivano just telling about how do they, about the traveling and the situation in which Sottsass took the pictures, the 2 spouses were facing a life of struggling, different strugglings. Him against the conservative structure of the marriage. She still trusted yet conflicting, yet leaving conflicts and doubts about any solutions and future of the woman's role in society. They were complicit, yes, but on which term? In a conference during a festival a few years ago, the authors Chiara Tagliaferri and Michela Murgia proposed the idea that Pivano and Sottsass worked better as colleagues than spouses, and it's a fairly interesting idea. Or maybe she saw Le Belle Ragazze, Pivano I mean, as one of her duty as wife, as taking care of him, and staying, as I mentioned, by his side in all his project. But she didn't expect him to be as the same traditional as her, for example. She maintained him to let him be free to create and to project in the early period of their wedding. So he didn't expect him to support the family, for example. She was very traditional on one side and very different on the other. And it's this conflicts and contradiction that's very interesting about her. So other pages of the book, you can see, as I mentioned, like an Indian dancer and Danza del Ventre, for example. And we ended up in Antibes with these ladies, which is, of course, been depicted without knowing to be a subject or a photograph, and handing to this performance held in Paris in a gallery. The book came out in 1965 and is being presented with an exhibition. The couple was traveling in the US until early December 1965, but on the 14th, the exhibition Le Belle Ragazze opens at the Libreria Feltrinelli in Via Manzoni 12 in Milano. On her diary, Pivano writes that Sozzas, the subject, he exposed his show of photography of Le Belle Ragazze at Libreria Feltrinelli, and I prepared for him a little party for a 40 of our friends, describing herself as a perfect guest, declining any responsibilities on the project she was very involved with. The show was composed by photographs of girls taken while traveling around the world, as they say, and I'm quoting the press release. The pictures have been put together with jewels made in gold, turquoise, and lapis lazuli on Sozzas design, and also ceramics dedicated to Siva, the Indian god, made by Sozzas in Montelupo Fiorentino in the Bitossi factory. And also the press release states that at the opening, on the opening night, Enrico Filippini will comment on a projection of 99 color slides. The press office informed us finally that regarding the test of the invitation, it was necessary to speak with Mrs. Pivano. So her role was indeed very important for this project. Editorial field was her word. Don Giacomo and Inge Feltrinelli were her friends, as well as Filippini, as shows all the correspondence between all of them. So she was probably much more involved than she let us think from her diary. These are all pictures from the exhibition, and it's peculiar because the printing are really big for the period. Early photographic exhibition used to have very little prints, like maybe maximum 30 to 40 centimeters. So this is a very peculiar show. In the very, and this is an example of jewels. And this is one of the wall. In the very same here, 1965, the Florentine art critic Lara Vinca Masini, a close friend of the couple, wrote an article about Sozzas. And it's interesting because at the end of in this article, she's going to talk as well as of Pivano, confiding us that I love them very much, him and Nanda, for all that they do continually to put up, and all the efforts they put up to be free to say what they think. And I know that beneath their internationalist non-conformism, there is a precise sense of awareness and responsibility towards a society that is ours. Because as I mentioned at the beginning, both Pivano and Sozzas, they were very concerned about political ideas and an idea of reshaping society, institution, and roles, which is the main contradiction with Pivano's role as a wife. In this regard, it was still 1964 when Pivano's collection of essays about American culture and society had been published. America Rossa e Nera, that I already mentioned. It's an interesting book, especially in the context of this conference, because Pivano included a short essay about American women and feminist movement, so giving us a lot of writing about what she thought about on feminism new movement. And she interviewed many different women in the same period in which Sotsas were recovering in Palo Alto, so a couple of years before. And while admiring American women for their independence and capability, I'm now quoting Blossom Kirkensbaum that summarized an article as, quoting, "She doubts whether real liberation could be achieved by forfeiting support and protection of the parental home before marriage or by marrying into comfort." So while she's mainly being remembered today, and also it's a little parenthesis, she's mainly being remembered today as a translator of male writers like Ernest Hemingway, Allen Ginsberg, Edgar Lee Master. She actually worked a lot and wrote eloquently about women writers. First of all, Zelda Fitzgerald, Dorothy Parker, Alice Toklas, Claudia Dreyfus. So and also in this writing, we can read and emerge that for Pivanos, the women's liberation movement was not their revolution, especially related to sex. She came from a traditional bourgeois education of the early century, but mostly her father was a serial cheater, like her husband did. Was something similar since the end of the 60s. So in some way, she always been proud to consider herself as a boring, unsexy woman, not open to occasional adventures, even though she's been considered beautiful, and she was. I'm remembering again Kirschenbaum's seminal essay, significantly entitled Fernanda Pivano, Italian Americanista, Reluctant Feminist, in which he states that her personal, quoting, sexual code remained old-fashioned with a tenacity appropriate to a monogamous marriage, a tenacity she later came to question. Kirschenbaum wrote in the late 90s, so the wedding was already broken, and she spoke about the grief and the difficulties of the late period. And also in the 19th, she already published this book, Cosa più la virtù, what is today virtue? One of her few novels is actually a collection of tales, little short tales, a short story, with a really nice subtitle, which is just in the internal pages, that state Almost Love Novel. It's a collection of short stories, all pretty much fun, about a woman that is very faithful to her husband, Lino, which is a very jealous husband, but happened to meet many different men that court her. Always, of course, she declined them. Dedicated to Mamin, to her mother, and with an exergue to Salome, today, to me, this book looks like a perfect second chapter of Le Belle Ragazze, even without the pictures. They're very similar. It's a wide range of countries the stories are set in, all the different contexts, and so some details that made this book very similar to the other one we saw at the beginning. But it is in many ways funnier, more ironic and clever. In various occasions, she begins the short stories with references that sound very much autobiographical, confronting to her diaries. For instance, in the first story, Robert Il Dandy, she summarized her marriage to Lino, a friend from her teenager years, like Sotsas and her were. In those 25 years in Milano and around the world, there were many almost love stories that touched me. Only almost, because Lino was very jealous and I lived like a typical woman of the 50s. One of those who, when they're called virtuous and now are called boring. So she defined herself, like as I mentioned, a boring woman. On the same time, it was 1986, and her ex-husband, Ettore Sotsas, was living with a new partner, the author Barbara Radice, which was 30 years younger than them. Galimberti, who I already mentioned, explored the counterculture of the 60s and 70s, as I mentioned, to look for a new, different way to look at masculinity and male genders. Is a safe focus on the concept of domesticity, and he states that Sotsas' performance of masculinity, that he defined as as pink and pacifist, it has been shaped by a relationship with Pivano. I do agree that they both played roles in the same stage. There was parity between the two, or in his depiction of their relationship, she was living something different. Galimberti's reading of Sotsas' work as soft, peaceful, and pink alternative proposal of male model is acceptable acceptable in most points, but yet Pivano's contribution is missing. Far from being a feminist and perhaps equally far from being a housewife enslaved by her husband or the shadow of a genius narcissist, she's equally important in her field and an indispensable partner and ally to him. I'm just switching to conclusion because there's something interesting I want to say. She's a feminist, tra virgolette, thinking that advancement for women happened at a profound and high cost. On the other side, she always declared, for example, how much less, there are many occasions in which she stand up for herself, claiming to be paid as male colleagues, etc. So the discipline, the moral right, she's been taught young, never abandoned her, but at the same time, they never became a measure for judgment of others. Indeed, she's been able to love, accept, support fully friends and writers, especially when they forced, crushed, and reshaped all the rigidities she still suffers from. She is the woman happy to be held in prison for traducing A Farewell to Arms by Hemingway, a novel that she described as unconventional, against in general every conventionality, that represent all that the fascist government didn't allow us to think. 20 years later, she's supporting the Beat Generation, and she wrote for so-called Today Fuori, one of the first magazines supporting the LGBTQ+ community. So, concluding, she was so strongly resolute, open and free and independent about literature, travel, music and political ideas, but she was so unable to fight for herself in her marriage. And I think we should always keep that in mind while we're thinking on his works. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you again. Our final speaker for this morning, or now afternoon, Dr. Esther Thiele is an honorary research fellow in classics and ancient history at La Trobe University in Australia, specialising in portrait painting of the 17th century in Italy and representations of identity across a broad chronology of visual art and literature. Her publications include the wonderful volume Painters and Sitters in Early 17th Century Rome, Portraits of the Soul, with Brepols, came out last year, and the essay Proud Remoteness and Speaking Likeness, Portraiture 1500 to 1650 in the exhibition catalogue edited by Lisa Bevan and David Marshall, Emerging from Darkness, Faith, Emotion and the Body in the Baroque, also of 2023. Welcome, Esther. Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Adelina. Have I put my screen up properly?
Not yet.
Not yet?
No.
Okay, sorry. I thought I did everything right.
Yes, it's fine.
It is fine? Oh,
yes.
Good. Okay, back to the beginning. Thank you, Adelina, for that introduction, and I want to offer my thanks and admiration to Consuelo and Adelina for this remarkable conference. We're running out of time, so I'll go straight into it. Paula Modersohn-Becker and Gabriele Munter were active in the early part of the 20th century in Germany when post-impressionist artists were influential, and younger artists Matisse and Picasso were about to fracture the surface of painting even further. For female artists, there were additional complications. Women did not get the vote in Germany until November 1918. Before 1919, they were denied entry into mainstream art academies, although in Paris, by 1900, women had the same access to instruction as men. The choice for young bourgeois women in Germany was either marriage or employment as a governess or teacher. However, both women I will speak about today committed themselves early on to life as artists. They had what in early modern parlance was called inclinazione, or the intense inner need to create. And both women have also been described as resistors. They were involved in the early days of postmodernism and German expressionism and were closely associated with some of the most influential men in the arts of the time, but each fought to maintain a strong sense of identity, both personal and artistic. Paula Becker was born in 1876 into a close-knit family who initially supported her studies in art. In 1899, she found her way to an artist's colony near Bremen, Worpswede, where she took lessons with Fritz Mackensen. The older artists at Worpswede stood for a romanticized plein-air style, but Paula was familiar with contemporary artists in exhibitions in Germany, and this galvanized her already questioning nature. At Worpswede, Paula encountered the three most important figures in her life. So on the top right, the top right is Otto Modersohn, who would marry her. Bottom right is Clara Westhoff, who would marry Rilke in the center. And we see Rainer Maria Rilke, who was then a struggling young poet. And on the left is this self-portrait of Paula from a very early part of her career when she was still in Bremen. These young friends in Worpswede were mutually supportive and stimulating, but Paula had little hesitation in criticizing Otto's art, Rilke's ideas, or Clara's submissiveness. After Rilke and Clara married in 1901, she wrote to Clara, "Rilke is too strongly and blazingly evident in your words." And in a message to Rilke, she said, "I agitate against you. I feel it necessary to agitate against you." Her family was also an issue. Paula was painfully aware that they had little faith in her artistic abilities. Writing to her sister Millie in 1899, she said, "I see that my goals will part from yours more and more, that you will approve of mine less and less. Nevertheless, I feel I must follow them. I feel that everyone is frightened by me, and yet I must go on. The loneliness frightens me a little in moments of weakness." Paula painted more than 30 self-portraits in her short career, and already in this very early image on the left, we can recognize the kind of detached observation she sought in her painting. Gabriele Munter, who was born in 1877 in Berlin, was financially more secure than Paula. Both of her parents died before she was 21, and she was left a substantial inheritance that was administered by her brother, as was the way in that time. In 1901, Munter enrolled in Munich's Association for Women Artists. Wassily Kandinsky had founded the Phalanx Art School in Munich in the same year, and Munter joined in early 1902. In her memoirs, she said, "The way in which Kandinsky explained things painstakingly and thoroughly and regarded me as a consciously striving human being was a new artistic experience." Although Kandinsky was married, and despite some reluctance on Munter's part, they became lovers, with his wife's acceptance. Between 1904 and 1908, they traveled as a couple in Europe and Northern Africa, and then lived on the outskirts of Paris for over a year. Munter made at least 16 self-portraits, so this image on the left was produced soon after an extremely important period in her artistic development. She had recently purchased a house in the village of Murnau, south of Munich. She, Kandinsky, who you see in the center here in this photograph, and their friends Alexei Javlensky and Mariana Verevkin had spent an intense summer of painting. In a diary entry, she said, "After a short period of agony, I took a great leap forward from copying nature in a more or less impressionist style to feeling the content of things, abstracting, conveying, and extract." In boating, Munter's painting on the right from 1910, Kandinsky stands in the prow of the boat while Gabriela rows with her back to the viewer. Mariana Verevkin and Javlensky's son gaze at the viewer. We can feel a sense of the domination that Kandinsky appears to exert, but also the role Munter played. She is described in the catalogue entry for this image as a stabilizing force, anchoring the balanced symmetry of the composition. So while Munter was at first Kandinsky's pupil, she also influenced his style by introducing him to Hinterglasmalerei, for instance, the Bavarian reverse glass painting with its strong black outlines and naive compositions. And she was also very deeply involved, especially during this period, in many of their artists' activities, including the first exhibition of Der Blaureiter, or the Blue Riders, in 1911, along with Kandinsky, Verevkin, Javlensky, and Franz Marc, among others. Lavinia Fontana was probably the first woman to paint female nudes in mythological compositions in the later part of the 16th century. And then Artemisia Gentileschi painted a nude Susanna in 1610 when she was only 17. And in her ceiling painting, Allegory of Inclination, the quality described in the 17th century as an inborn vocation preordained by heaven, the nude figure she painted was audaciously provided with her own facial features. This is Artemisia I'm talking about. While she may or may not have used her own body as model, we can't describe this as a nude self-portrait. But Paula Becker was, as far as I can tell, the first woman to paint a nude self-portrait. And she was also the first woman to paint pubic hair, as we shall see in the next slide after this, the reclining nude of 1915. Paula and Otto Modersohn married in 1901. This gave Paula a home, an ardent supporter who understood what it took to be an artist, and his support. She said to her mother, "Getting married shouldn't be a reason for me not becoming something." And that something she wanted to become was an artist. However, the marriage was a disappointment. She felt constrained by his conservatism. He confided in his journal, "Unfortunately, Paula, too, is very much infected by these modern notions." But the worst part was his reluctance to consummate their marriage. Otto felt guilty about beginning his relationship with Paula while his first wife was dying, and he was also concerned about a pregnancy for Paula. So while Clara sat for the portrait that we viewed a few slides ago, Paula told her she was leaving Otto, and moreover, she wished to have a child on her own. She left in the night a few weeks after turning 30 in February 1906. She took a train for Paris, and Rilke met her with flowers and a loan of 100 marks. And I should say that by this time, Rilke was also married to Clara, and so their deep friendship was apparently platonic, but we don't know for sure. So this time in Paris for Paula became one of intense creativity, during which she produced half of the 50 nudes that she painted in her lifetime. So in this nude self-portrait, which she titled Self-Portrait, she actually inscribed on the portrait, it's probably hard to see, but it's down on the very bottom right-hand side of the image. She wrote, "I painted this at age 30 on my 6th wedding day," and she signed it PB. So even though she states that she painted it on her 6th wedding day or anniversary, she initials it PB and not PBM, Paula Becker Modersohn or Modersohn Becker. She had recently ended a letter to Rilke with, "And now I don't even know how I should sign my name. I am not Modersohn. I am not Paula Becker anymore either. I am I, and I hope to become I more and more." In an earlier letter to Otto in 1903, Paula compared her naked body to a soul laid bare. But in images like this, it's laid bare equally to the female and to the male viewer. As Diane Radicki noted, by reversing the usual dynamic of male artist and female subject, she reclaims the female body from the male gaze. And we see here the reduced modeling in flattened space reminiscent of early Picasso and Gauguin, but also it reflects in some ways the early Christian artists and the Fayum mummy portraits that Paula pinned to her studio walls. Her stance and gesture in this image suggest that she is pregnant, but in fact she wasn't, not yet. So on the right here we see the image that I mentioned before, reclining mother and child of 1906, but actually the first image in which she painted pubic hair was in 1905. So Paula's studies of paintings of mothers and children, such as this reclining mother on the right, have a monumental quality. Her work was pioneering in the portrayal of fertility and maternity. These figures she subjected to her usual unsentimental and cool-eyed appraisal, but they also indicate the concerns that were occupying her during this period. And I've also just added one of her self-portraits from around this time on the left-hand side. Paula's small legacy was controlled by Otto, so while she was in Paris, she had to periodically ask him or her family for money. "Lack of money rivets us to the ground," she said. She was under extraordinary pressure to return to Otto, from him, her family, and her friends, and eventually she gave in. She wanted a child, and she decided that it could be possible to do this and continue to paint. And she was actually in a position to achieve this. She had a studio separate to the house, she had access to help from the local village, and her mother was also willing to help. Otto came to Paris. Paula became pregnant the next year, but of course, most of us know the story that sadly she died 19 days after giving birth to her daughter Matilda. To Rilke, her return to domesticity was a betrayal. He believed that art should take priority over family, but she disagreed with him. But he was the only person who really most understood the objectivity she was aiming for. In his Requiem for a Friend, written a year after her death, he said, "At last, you saw yourself as fruit." And I'll just quickly go back to this previous one because this is one that he was talking about. "You took yourself out of your clothes and brought yourself before the mirror. Then let yourself go in, all but your gaze, so great it stayed outside, and said, not I am that, no, said this is." Gabriele Munter produced a few early nude studies, but the only oil painting of any kind that I can find of a nude by her is included in this very early photo of her studio that she took in the winter of 1903-4. And we can see this nude study propped up on an easel. So, for reasons we can only speculate about, Munter did not paint the nude female. However, she did paint dozens of portraits, and particularly after the breakdown of her relationship with Kandinsky, these were mostly of women. Kandinsky had finally divorced his first wife, and for some years Gabriele pushed for marriage. So it's a little bit the opposite of Paula's situation with Otto. Gabriele was tired of having to register herself as a single woman and have to be introduced as Miss, rather than being able to publicly announce herself as Kandinsky's consort. Their relationship became strained, and with the outbreak of the First World War, Kandinsky was considered an enemy alien and left for Switzerland, and then in 1917 for Moscow, and during the war they lost touch. But unknown to Gabriele, he married a much younger woman. Gabriele spent the war years in Stockholm, then Denmark, and she suffered a time of depression. But it does seem that she took refuge in her friendships with women and painted powerful studies of some of her friends. Many of the images from this period depict a woman deep in thought. For instance, in the painting in the center, called Reflection, or sometimes called Meditation, and also in this one on the right, the portrait of the Danish writer Anna Rosland, her pipe-smoking and bob-haired friend whom she knew in Copenhagen. And on the left, we have a portrait of Gertrude Holtz, who she used several times as a model. Annegret Hogbert, in her book about Munter, described these images as depicting psychological states of waiting, hoping, thinking, or suffering. And certainly the war years were very difficult years for Munter. To conclude, within the short space of this talk, the complex events and emotional undercurrents behind these pairings can only be conveyed in a kind of shorthand. The men in the artists' lives were relatively enlightened for the time, Kandinsky encouraged Munter in her painting and continually urged her to approach potential patrons and galleries. Rilke affirmed the value of a creative life for both men and women and was devastated when Paula returned to Worpswede. Otto offered stability, adoration, and a home and his support. Rilke and Kandinsky were dynamic and powerfully creative men who tended to attract submissive followers. But it is clear from the archives and accounts of the time that Paula and Gabriella were among the very few to push back. They were appreciators, but also resistors. They negotiated and pioneered a way to paint and live without being overcome by the strength of a male partner. From about 1930, Gabriella lived with a new partner, Johannes Eichner. Her Breakfast of the Birds, from 1934, seems a poignant image with which to conclude. It seems to me to be an image of a woman relatively at peace. Thank you very much for your time. Grazie.
Thank you, Esther. And thank you for staying up to participate. I realise we've moved into lunchtime, but I would like to have at least 5 minutes for questions. Is there anyone who would like to ask questions of any of the speakers or make a comment? I was struck obviously by the notion of networking women. Cecilia's paper, fascinating, on Caterina Marchetti, who's the centre of the networks that she creates for her male companions, her male partners. Let me see. And with Alessandra's paper, her husband really doesn't, Bianca's husband really doesn't figure because she separates so early, but she does have a strong female network, especially her own children and family. And Juliet's very supportive, cooperative couple of the Eastlake, of Elizabeth Rigby and Charles Eastlake, also in a woman-led circle. So networks become very, very important. With Sophie Hess von Wies, we find that there's not the support as much from her husband. And with Fernanda Pivano and Ettore Sottsass, she was very prolific, yet is overshadowed by Sottsass. And whilst supporting the notion of women's independence, really was stuck in a very traditional Italian marriage of that period. So, and with Esther's paper, the support, not necessarily so much as creative support in Paula's marriage, but which she found with her lover Rilke, and Gabriel Munter's support of Kandinsky. But in the end, there was a betrayal there as well. Yes, so Juliet, yeah.
A most interesting arc, Adelina, which also has struck me, and what we've seen is really powerful models of marriage where the kind of problem of maybe the entanglements of romance or the romantic less constricting, and that the marriage in itself provides the basis for a much more shall we say, a more holistic network, although those are networks that are built prior to marriages, in the case of the Rigby Eastlake one as well. I wondered whether with Esther's paper and Irina as well, whether, in your view, what's starting to get in the way is the affair and, you know, sexuality, that in a way that's so far from becoming a more liberating route for artist partnerships, either in terms of the collaboration or in terms of the artist colony, Esther, that it is actually starting to become a battle of egos, you know, because we're seeing with Rilke and Kandinsky a loss, in a way, of the kind of commitment of the editor and the publisher to, you know, the artist partnership network, and more the prevalence of a certain kind of vision of, you know, the poetic part, you know, the husband or the lover. So liberation doesn't actually help these artist partnerships.
I'm not sure if I caught all of that, but yes, certainly there were conflicting visions, and there was this very intense period, especially at Volkswiede, when Rilke arrived, and in a sense, he challenged the prevailing ethos. He certainly was in love with Paula, and left abruptly when it became obvious that she was actually going to marry Otto. And some say that he married Clara Westhoff on the rebound. But I'm not sure if you know this, but he attempted domesticity with Clara, and they actually had a child together, a little girl called Ruth. He didn't last very long in this domesticity, and I'm probably not quite sure exactly what the question was, but
yeah,
certainly conflicting egos. For Paula, she wanted really above all to paint, and in a sense, men got a little bit in the way of that. She really craved solitude and wanted to be alone and left to paint, but financially she needed that stability, and she did actually really crave affection and love. And in a sense, Rilke at that stage was very much into dispassionate observation, and this was actually something that really fed into her visual art. He had, through Clara, he'd been introduced to Auguste Rodin, the sculptor, and become very interested in Rodin's work. And he also wrote about Cézanne, so he was very interested in visual art. But I think, as you said, conflicting egos, and I think that was probably the central thing that spun them apart.
I would add just that the cases I studied and I presented today, when I was thinking why Pivano was so able to be so unconventional in many ways, and then in her marriage she couldn't, I still remember myself, she's been born in 1917 in a very wealthy family living between Genova and Torino. Her dad was a banker, and so like, she couldn't really get out of herself in some way. And what about the idea of conflict ego between her and her husband Sotsas? I think she's never really tried to fire him in his vision of a different non-monogamous wedding. Like it was very clear that they get married because it was the 50s and they should have done it to live together and to support also to support themselves, reciprocal. But he always was very clear and transparent about his impossibility to be monogamous, as well as she always declared the opposite. And she accepted him. She accepted the cheating. She accepted other relationship in some way. Of course, with pain and grieving. So it was not, it's hard to describe because of course it's hard to describe a relationship which is, and I do agree with you a lot, it was not just romantic or sentimental, and it was not just working together, it was a whole, it was love and living together and working together and having mutual friends. And I don't know how to describe this whole, and in which the conflict, it was, living in a world that's changed very quickly. The 60s were not the 40s, were not 1917 when Ivan was born. So she ran across a century that changed so fast and so quickly, and she was so also supportive with most of this changing, but she couldn't help being different in some way. I don't know if I'm...
Yeah, I think you threaded it through very well. And when you talked about the problem was with masculinity rather than with feminism. It's masculinity that's the big, maybe untold, sort of issue here.
If there aren't any other questions, we'll retire to lunch, and please meet back here at 2:30. That gives us an hour and a quarter for lunch. I think that should be enough. Thank you very much for your attention. Yes, and we'll continue the conversation about family alliances and professional life.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, and welcome back to the second session of day 2 of the conference, Aiwac Conference 2024. Has been a very fruitful, intense morning. It seems that also the afternoon will be as such. So we will continuing the topic, this morning topic with the family, alliances, and professional life. In this, we will talk in this afternoon section about relationships between fathers and daughters and brothers and sisters. I don't know if, okay, yes. Our Liana Cini de Girolami is the first to speak in the afternoon. She will be delivering a talks from home. Liana is a PhD professor of art history. She's an emerita, and she's been visiting art history research at the Università Aldo Moro Bari in Italy, and as well as many UMass Lowell USA, US, and she has been a researcher in history of art at Universidad de Coruña in Spain. She is the author and co-author of books on mannerism, pre-Raphaelites, paintings, and women's art, notably Neoplatonism in the Arts, 2002 and 2004, The Homes of Giorgio Vasari, 1985 and 2006, Giorgio Vasari's Teacher, 2007, Giorgio Vasari's Emblematic and Manifestation, 2011, and really, her publications are going to the most recent ones, Self-Portraits of Women, 2009, Women Artists, the most excellent, 2003, and then Lavinia Fontana's Mythological Paintings, just shortly released, 2024, and Barbara Longhi of Ravenna, which is the first monograph ever dedicated to this very important, still pretty invisible artist, just to use a word that we used in this morning, which has been released just now. So it is really an honor to have with us this afternoon Liana De Girolami, and she will be talking of a very interesting topic, Varotari, Longhi and Robusti, so 3 Italian women artists, sister muses. Welcome, Liana.
Oh, hello. I
Oh.
hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Very well.
Okay. First of all, I want to thank Consuelo Lollobrigida and Adelina Modesti and Fabio for all the help, but also for inviting me to participate and all the presenters. And I start. The presentation delves into the remarkable dedication of Chiara Varotari, a Paduan painter who devoted her career to support her brother Alessandro il Padovanino. She modeled as his muse and assisted him in his bottega in Padua and Venice. Chiara and Alessandro were the children of the painter Dario Borattari the Elder. Borattari, it moves back and forth. The sister dedication mirrors the action of the painter Barbara Longhi of Ravenna towards her brother Francesco. Both were the offspring of the painter Luca Longhi. Barbara also contributed to her family's studio and oversaw their farming and estates in Ravenna. Interesting, these 2 female artists choose their brothers as both models and inspiration of their work. Another example of the artist's collaboration between siblings is Marietta Robusti, known as La Tintoretta, with her half-brother Domenico Robusti Tintoretto. They were children of the Venetian painter Robusti Tintoretto. Unlike Chiara and Barbara, Marietta served as a model for him, but never devoted her life to his bottega. The Varotari family. The historiographer Carlo Ridolfi noted in Le Meraviglie dell'Arte of 1648 that the Varotari family He came from Germany. Dario Barattori moved his family from Germany to Verona in 1539 to study with Paolo Veronese. He then transferred to Padua in 1580, where he established a bottega. Dario's first child, Chiara, was born in Padua, and then she was trained by her father and her mother, Samaritana Ponchino, who also was from a family of artists. Their second son, Alessandro, was born 4 years later and was known as Il Padovanino. After the father's untimely death in 1596, Dario's collaborator Damiano Mazza took over the workshop and continued to train Alessandro and Chiara. Chiara's strong dedication to art was evident in her life choice. She remained unmarried and devoted herself to assist her brother in his studio and in his commissions. This selfless devotion led them to move to Venice in 1614 and expand their business. In 1625, they founded a workshop and an art school, which became renowned for their creative innovations. The impact of Chiara's art school is evident in her accomplished students, including Caterina Tarabotti and Lucia Scaligeri, who significantly contributed to Venetian art and literature. Chiara was a professional portrait artist, was highly regarded for this skill during her lifetime. The exact date of her death is unknown. According to recent research by Diana Gisolfi on Chiara Barotteri, she was still alive in 1663. When Chiara was not attending to her brother's artistic and business need, she was primarily a portrait that focused on capturing social status of her subject. Her subjects were typically wealthy bourgeoisie who wanted to display nobility and social standing. Chiara achieved this by paying close attention to their attire, jewelry, and elaborate hairstyle. Her artistic method was characterized by precise reproduction of fabrics and ornament, as seen in the portrait of the Capodolista of 1620, the portrait of a lady of 1630, which further elaborates on the flowering details and arrangements of the gown and coiffure. In the portraits of a young girl and a young boy of 1640, Chiara captures the preciousness of the children's attire and fashion of the time. The doll-like quality of the children is similar to that of the adults depicted. Her social portraits highlight the details of the subjects, clothing, and accessory, while downplaying their psychological aspect. She also painted self-portrait. The prominent is a Uffizi of 1630. Her self-portrait reveals profound psychological depth while simultaneously conveying sensuality and somberness. In the Uffizi portrait, Chiara painted herself in a bust-length portrait seated at an adjacent table looking at the mirror. She's holding the instrument of her art, including paintbrushes. One is bent and designed as an arrow pointing toward her nude breast close to her heart, an allusion to Amor or Cupid eros of love, a metaphor for her love of painting. Two veils wrap around her bare shoulder and bust, enhancing her allure. Chiara reveals her passion of her art by erotically depicting her exposed breast, symbolizing metaphorically an allusion to Venus, the ancient goddess of love, along with the Cupid arrow, which serve as another symbol of love. Due to the impact of the humanist philosophy and traditional translation and classical translation and art since the Renaissance, printing presses flourished in Venice, Antwerp, and Lyon, specializing in publishing emblems and mythological books. Armour's arrow was a prevalent theme in emblem books about love. For example, Otto van Veen, a Belgian humanist and painter, designed several emblem books, Amorum Emblemata, published in Antwerp in multiple languages, including Italian, in 1608, focusing on Ovid poem. As seen here, happy fights where Amor pierces the heart of her lover with an arrow. Another notable engraver who dealt with this theme was Henrik Goltzius of 1596 collection at the Rijksmuseum. But Chiara, other hand, holds a painted canvas, symbolizing her professional role as a painter and artistry. She has highlighted her facial feature in her portrait by applying a bright coral lipstick to her lips. Her dark brown hair is bundled up in a bonnet, accentuating by a reddish flower, possibly a poppy, on the side. This magical plant flowering in the Italian meadows symbolizes immortality and remembrance. It is an indirect allusion to herself as an accomplished painter. Chiara aspired to be immortalized in her art. Hence, Chiara's distinct self-portrait is an allegory that embodies the theme of painting and love, serving as a wellspring inspiration, as a muse of art. Similar sentiments about painting were captured by Cassoni in the medal of Lavinia Fontana at the British Museum in 1611, where it says the motto, "It is through you, Joseph State, that I found substance," meaning art. Chiara's sensual and intimate self-portrait contrasts with her brother, in which he portrays himself as a detached individual, a scholar among philosophical texts such as Boethius and Plutarch, classical sculpture, armillary sphere, and a book concerning artistic theory. Alessandro depicted numerous paintings of biblical subjects, in which he uses as a protagonist his sister. In particular, he employed his sister as a model for Judith. This biblical heroine was a beautiful woman of faith who bravely defended and saved the people of Israel. Alessandro sees Judith's sensuality, as noted in the Bible, reflected in his muse, Chiara, as we see in these examples. The Longhi family. Both Longhi children, Barbara and Francesco, were trained by their father Lucas, and they collaborated with him in the various commissions, notably in 1517, the fresco of the Deposition of St. Andrew in the chapel in Ravenna. Barbara's brother Francesco was a poet. He married Giustina Merlini and had two daughters, Felicia and Isabetta. Following their father passing in 1580, Barbara moved into her brother's house, as it was the tradition. Previously, she had been residing with her father's home because she was unmarried. She was very attached to her nieces and cared for them. She was very fond of her sister-in-law Justina, whom she painted in many of the religious paintings associated with Justina of Padua. Her brother Francesco was inspired by Barbara, using her as a model, as seen in the painting of the Crucifixion of St. John, Apollinaire, and Vitale. The standing woman in orange position is a portrait of Barbara representing Mary, the mother of Christ. Francesco depicted a movie and bribing scene. Barbara takes pride in sharing in her testaments and wills that she is the daughter of Luca Longhi, a renowned painter and notable citizen of Ravenna. She had always been a model and a muse for her father, as seen in this fresco of the marriage of Cana, and she continued to do so for her brother. It's interesting to note that both siblings, Barbara and Francesca, portrayed themselves as saints. Barbara, St. Catherine, Francesca, St. John, and Barbara, the Virgin Mary, probably inspired by the Contra Reformation. The Robusti family. Another intriguing sibling collaboration in the Venetian group, Marietta Robusti La Tintoretta and her brother Domenico Tintoretto. While data on this matter is somewhat limited, it is established that Father Jacopo Tintoretto collaborated with his children with Luca Longa, the children Barbara and Francesco. Tintoretto's Paradise in the hall of the Great Council of the Dutch Palace in Venice exemplified the family collaboration. Several canvases were painted in oil and assembled in 1588 through 1599 to create this beautiful visualization of paradise. Marietta was born in 1552. Due to her Tintoretto's early romantic liaison, while his son was born from a marriage in 1560. Marietta inspired her daring brother Domenico to create an erotic allegorical painting of Flora, 1580, at the Prado. A new portrait attribution is noted in recent writing by Robert Coles and Frederick Illman in Search of Marietta Tintoretta. The portrait is by Jacopo Piccini, an engraver. In Carlo Vittorville, Meraviglia dell'Arte in 1648, we see this representation. Comparing the engraved portrait to Domenico Flora reveals a striking resemblance, highlighting that Marietta was his muse. Flora, seductive outfit, famous in the Venetian court, exposed her breast, a line, and possibly hinted a different connection. And to conclude, female painters were often portrayed as muses in the work of their father. These female artists function as model and muses for the brothers as well, including Alessandro, Francesco, and Domenico. Nonetheless, numerous female artists such as Chiara and Barbara opted not to marry to meet familial responsibility, except Marietta did get married. This gifted painter, Chiara, Barbara, and Marietta, effectively managed the family bottega or artistic workshop, with the exception of Marietta, and oversaw family farms and estate like Barbara. Significantly, they all succeeded as painters, muses, and creators of art. Thank you.
Thank you, Liana. Please, if you can please just be online for the Q&A section at the end of this first part of the afternoon. It will be appreciated. Thank you, Liana.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you to everybody.
So next talk is by Sara Bueso. Sara Bueso is an academic art critic and curator. She holds a PhD in art theory and history at Central St. Martin's, University of the Arts, London, 2024. She has presented her work at international conferences, Illusionismo, Neologismi, 2022, Fantasia and Mythopoiesis and Techniques of Collective Imagination, Art and Psyche Conference number 4, The Illuminated Imagination 2019, and many others. As a researcher and curator, she was convener of the symposium and exhibition of International Day of Light at Chelsea College 2018, and chief curator of the symposium and exhibition Timeless Light Entanglement, Union Center for the Arts and Culture, Kefalonia 2023. She is a lecturer of art history and contemporary visual art, Academy of Arts and New Technologies, Rome, and Digital Arts and Media Academy, Rome too. So welcome, Sarah. And Sarah's talks is a visual rhetoric, anachronisms, and ekphrases in Marietta Patricia Leigh's paintings. So welcome, Sarah.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you for hosting my presentations. Thank you. Does it work? Perfect. Thank you. Yes. This paper deals with an opaque history, an anachronistic dialogue initiated by the Italo-American artist and poet Marietta Patricia Leis, who lives and works in Santa Fe, who enter into a dialogue with the work of Mannerist artist Marietta Robusti, known as La Tintoretta, who lived presumably, as we have just listened, between 1560 and 1519 in Venice, a dialogue derived from fortuitous and intellectual affinities. The work of artist Marietta Patricia Leis is imbued with an ethical and aesthetic preoccupation for the condition of women artists. And while drawing from the genealogical, familiar, and affective tone of her practice, which connotates both her visual and poetic bodies of work, I propose here a reading of the project The Marietta Robusti Tintoretto Story, a project conducted by Leis with the support of AD Foundation and which followed an artistic residency in Venice and Florence between 1983 and 1986. The project, of course, suggests an anachronistic vision initiated by the artist to discuss the story of artist Marietta Robusti La Tintoretta, the oldest daughter of Jacopo Robusti Tintoretto. An intellectual affinity is shared by both artists. Marietta Robusti and Marietta Patricia Leis share by destiny the same given name as a family choice, followed by their shared artistic vocation. This is how Leis used to narrate this anachronistic encounter when reading an anthology of women artists with only a few paragraphs about the history of Marietta Robusti Tintoretto. But if these are shared affinities, different, of course, is the artistic, cultural, social, and political context where both artists situate. And drawing from the Leis question, why did women find validation in the arts so difficult to attain? I suggest here an ethical reading that draws from this genealogy and affinities. Framing and fragmentations are key to Leis' artistic research and methodology. The large oval painting Venice, framed by an ornamental gold foil frame depicting the scene of the Venetian lagoon and imitating the Mannerist style, acts both as an ornamental and theoretical frame according to Leis' vision. In other terms, as the artist said, the material and stylistic choice is one, on the one hand, suggested by the artist to imitate the precise famous style of painting, both in large and small formats, that was privileged in the Venetian Mannerist epoch. On a second level, by foregrounding this particular ornamental framing technique, Leis states, they whisper instead of shout, and one must become intimate with them. The frames were constructed of many different media that reminded me of the way some women can seemingly make something from nothing, whether it is a dinner or a dress in the artist's word. In particular, in this cameo, Leis chooses to address a narrative by depicting the image of a bird seen at a distance and flying above the water waves of the Venetian lagoon, an image imbued with both luministic and opaque effects, symbolically alluding to a female ethical condition. In addition, with this veduta, Leis homage the tradition of pictorial Venetian landscape and views in line with Leis' interest in artistically capturing a sense of place, as she extensively formulates in her later bodies of work. In other terms, here Leis suggests an ethical and aesthetic preoccupation for relating to particular contexts as a form of enactment of history through a carefully in-field and contextual investigation, culminating in an anachronistic mise en abîme. In other words, her analysis and artistic interpretation revisits history not in chronological sense, but in terms of duration, resulting as a process of self-reflection that the artists carry through imitation and incorporation through painting. According to this vision, Leis' encounter with Robusti oeuvres allows a silent, yet powerful visual rhetoric, suggesting the figuration I suggest of an ekphrasis, which is not here merely understood as the verbal representation of a visual representation, but I understand ekphrasis as the description of a non-representational art, or in other words, to cite Mika Ball, as the evocation of an absent image. But in Leigh's work, the framing is not limited to this theoretical proposition, and it turns further into the introspective and affective tone of Marietta Robusti Tintoretto project, and particularly conveyed through the genre of portraits. Framed by this luxurious gold foil frame, Leigh gives visibility to the picture of the young Marietta Robusti La Tintoretta, an emblematic artistic figure whose talent is difficult to retrace and document, because her fortune has never eventually flourished individually, but has always been negotiated in relation to the contribution and the alliance with her brother Domenico among the others brothers, and of course with the father Jacopo Tintoretto, as reported by Genealogia of Casa Tintoretto, the main one of the key texts for this literature. It is reported how Marietta Robusti Tintoretto was born antecedently and outside the official marriage between Tintoretto and Faustini Episcopi, the official wife Faustini Episcopi, dated in the late 50s, presumably after a relation between Tintoretto and a German woman whose identity remains unknown. Her date of birth is also uncertain because despite the literature sustained Paluchini position, which collocate Marietta's birth in the 50s, 60s, other authors like Robusti collocate her birth between 5053 and 5054, which are concur in dating the artist's premature death in 5090s for unknown causes. But despite the fact that the literature around the figure of Marietta Robusti remains opaque and still founded on the research of Carlo Ridolfi and Raffaello Borghini, as we will see, there is no interest in the origins of Leigh's works historically, but her approach touched on an affecting reading. According to the literature, since the age of 13 years old, Marietta Robusti was trained by her father in his bottega, in his artistic workshop, but assuming an unconventional posture, as Chonanki comments in his essay. We read, I quote, "Marietta had an unconventional uprising. In her youth, she was not confined in the womanly world. Notably, she used to dress as a boy in order to participate to her father's public life, something uncommon since at the time period, women belonged to the house walls and their code of conduct was strictly supervised. Even if unmarried, she was allowed to participate in her father's circle of friends that she entertained by playing music." And this unconventional Chomsky portrays Marietta through these unconventional kind of costumes that she wears in order to be allowed in society, always under the father and the family authority on the one hand. Although it's difficult to reconstruct such an opaque history academically, Carlo Ridolfi and Raffaello Borghini remain the most authoritative voices with regard to Marietta Robusti. Here there are some quotations that I briefly read. The English is my translation. "There lived in Venice Marietta Tintoretta, daughter of the famous Tintoretto, and the dearest delights of his genius, trained by him in drawing and coloring, whereupon she created works such that men had to marvel at her lively genius." Also, Borghini suggests, in addition to her beauty and grace and her ability to play the harpsichord, lute, and other instruments, she paints very well and has created many beautiful works. While fundamentally in this framing and reframing, the contribution that Leigh's address in relation to the figure of Marietta Robusti gives her visibility and posture through a process of fragmentation. The recent scholar Louise Rizzoli, in a paper, suggests also an interesting reading that try to identify the physiognomical traits of the artist. The resemblance likeness of Marietta Patricia Leight, infatti, is founded in the only official portrait, self-portrait with Madrigal, 1580, part of the Uffizi Gallery collection in Florence. And it's not surprising that in this portrait, Marietta Robusti La Tintoretta is not depicted in reason of her artistic practice, but according to the suitable social condition of woman in that epoch. epoch. The painting depicts a female figure, Marietta herself, turned three-quarters and figuring an oblique gaze, presumably self-portraying herself in front of a mirror, dressed in an elegant, typical Renaissance dress, and wearing an elegant pearl necklace according to the custom of the Mannerist epoch. The white dress she's wearing almost blends in the coloring lines with that of the sheet's music that the young woman holds in her left hand. It's possible to recognize the notes and the text sung by Marietta, which corresponds to the cantus of Filippi Vardelò Madrigal, Madonna per Boiardo, contained in the first book of madrigals. It's no coincidence that the painter decided to depict the harpy Bishock at the background, testimony of her duality as a painter and a musician trait under Giulio Zaccarino. But despite the fragmentation of the literature, the familiar tone of the relationship between the father and the daughter is mostly seen in the evocation of Tintoretto, the presentation at the Temple of the Virgin at in the Church Madonna dell'Orto in Venice, where the younger Marietta is portrayed with a mother, a German woman, as they attend an initiatory religious ritual. The painting was commissioned to adorn the outer wings of the church organ shutters in 1551, but as Hilkman has demonstrated, it can be dated closer to 1556, dating which the artist received his last payment. Marietta could have been around 3 years old by the time of this commission and could have been served as the model for the Virgin, who was herself the age when she was presented to the temple, according to the Tintoretto legend. In the same context, in the future, the daughter and the father will collaborate in various paintings, such as the Miracle of Sant'Agnes, for example, also at Church Madonna dell'Orto, where the Tintoretto family mausoleum crypt is currently. However, Marietta Patricia Leys in the Marietta Robusti Tintoretto story seems to intensely capture the ethos that connotate Marietta Robusti oeuvre by framing her story within her familiar and social conflictual context. Trained under the wing of Tintoretto vision, Marietta was a skilled portraitist at the level that she was requested as a court painter by both Philip II, King of Spain, who had other excellent female artists at his court, such as Sophonisba Anguissola, and by Maximiliano II of Austria. But his offer was declined. It is unknown if in reason of an individual or a paternal choice, like suggested by Silverstein, who reads this choice as a matter of authority, economical benefit, and morals. And in this sense, her professional role remained contained within the professional context in the family bottega. In fact, just after this episode, it's testified that she married a rather hustly German jeweler, Marco Augusta von Joachim von Strandt, and as defined in the genealogy, was a German figure. After the wedding, the couple went to live in the district of Sunstein and had two daughters, Ursula Benvenuta, who was baptized on the 9th of April 1580. To have pictures of what the familiar context where Marietta Robusti was operating, we have a quote from Chadwick. We have a picture of the family environment. In the 16th century Venice, the family was still a unit of production, and family business of all sorts were a common feature. Tintoretto workshop organized around members of his immediate family would have been classified as a craft under guild regulation. Similarly to the dynastic family workshop of Veronese and Bellini in Venice, Pollaiuolo, Rossellino, and Della Robbia in Florence, the workshop provides the context within which to examine Robusti's career, or what we know. At the same time, the career is inextricably bound up with Tintoretto, understood since the 16th century as the expression of an individual temperament. In other terms, within this choice, we can better understand the frames wherein Marietta expressed her genius, divided between the father and the brother authorship. To posthumously recognize her latent talent here, we might say in agreement with Ridolfi and Borghini that she was a master in portraits and paintings, and I don't have time here to follow on the reconstruction of the debate around the authorship of her paintings, often divided between her, the brother Domenico, and the father itself, although we know that they operated in many complex religious complex, both in Venice and in Palazzo Ducale, as we saw. Just to name a few, here we have a Maastricht. We have suggested an introspective relation. Most likely we are in front of another attributed self-portrait of the artist held here at the Galleria Nazionale Borghese, as much as we saw a portrait of the Venetian Dam at Museo del Prado, which is also presumably attributed to Marietta herself. Other male portraits are also currently under discussion. The only certified and autographed portrait is Old Man and a Boy, who, according to Ridolfi, portrays Marco Episcopi, father-in-law of Jacopo Tintoretto itself. We also have recently an attribution for the portrait of a commander with a battle scene in the background. And we have several kind of research in action to detect a signature. We have references from a signature found in a drawing currently in Milan. Questa testa sia di man de Madonna Marietta, the signature of the artist. But drawing on Lei's projects, we must return to Ridolfi and Borghini arguments, which insist on Tintoretto's predilection for his older daughter, although we might say in the current time that it was shared between affinities and patriarchal kind of authority. In the word of Ridolfi, when she died, her father wept bitterly, taking it as the loss of a part of his own inner being. Through this sentence, we understand how eventually the fortune of the artist, although has been remain unknown, was subject to romanticization in history. And here we have a painting of Leo Cognet, who portrayed back in 1843 the image of the father trying to depicting the last image of the daughter with an inscription on the background. Also, recently, in fictional terms, we must also thank the great contribution that Melania Mazzucco as proposed in order to support this figure again in history. To conclude, as we are living this scene, fundamentally, as we live in this scene, it's significant to foreground the ethical posture of Marietta Patricia Leys, which I understand in terms of an ethics of fidelity, an ethics of posterity, which eventually has initiated a sisterhood dialogue, although anachronistically, and who posits a new legacy with regard to this subject. To paraphrase Lucy Lippard, whose commentary accompanied the Lakes exhibition project in the 80s, the Marietta Robusti Tintoretto story contributed to frame a legacy, both figuratively and literally. And I add that her works trying that this visual rhetoric moved from ethics into a political position, which I called visual rhetorics. To conclude, the Marietta Robusti Tintoretto story has contributed to a new discourse, gaining the attention of both Italian context, as testified by the publication La Mandraloga with support of Pinacoteca of Arte Moderna in Teora, where Lei's family was originally from, and the American institutions such as Museo Italiano Americano in San Francisco, where the project is currently preserved as part of the permanent collection, and the Valentini Italian Library at the University of Seton Hall University. And to conclude, I just want to say that in Lee's work, the posthumously fortune of Marietta Robusti Tintoretto designate a new legacy for a practice and continue to resonate with the luminosity and the minimalist pictoriality of Marietta Patricia Leigh's painting. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, Sarah. Then next of the first, the last, I'm sorry, of the this section, and Ludovica Carlini. Ludovica Carlini is specialized in contemporary art history from a gender perspective for her second year master's thesis. And she's carried out archival fieldwork to reconstruct the artistic career of Laura Grisi from 1950 to 1972. For the last few years, she has been working in the world of contemporary art galleries in Paris. She has worked for the Female Artists Archive of the Galerie des Femmes. At the same time, she attended the École Normale Supérieure for 2 semesters as part of a European Liberal Art Network program and courses at the Sorbonne Paris 1 as an Erasmus student. She's currently continuing her research for a doctoral thesis on Ida Gianelli and works for the Fondazione Palazzo Chigi Zondatari. Her publications include for artist forms for the exhibition catalog Costellazioni, Arte Italiana 1915-1960s, dalle collezioni Monte dei Paschi di Siena e Cesare Brandi. And what else? She will be presenting the professionalization of Laura Grisi in 1972 through paternal and marital relationship. Welcome, Ludovica.
Thank you, thank you. So this intervention draws inspiration from my master thesis concerning Laura Grisi life and works from the 50s until 72. And it draws inspiration also to sociological studies of Professor Maria Antonietta Trasforini from the University of Ferrara. Trasforini studied a generation of Italian women artists born between 1930 until 1940. And from a gender perspective, and Grisi belongs to this generation, but Trasforini wrote the essay Arte a parte, art aside, studying this generation of women artists, which come from a grouping identified by critic and artist Mirella Bentivoglio at the end of the 70s. Mirella Bentivoglio did also created the 8th Women Biennale in Ferrara, where she reproposed this grouping of artists. So actually, Laura Grisi did not belong to this selection, but and also she distanced herself from the feminist milieu and was distanced by the feminist milieu. Even so, she showed a sociological understanding of creativity struggle, and here I quote, as she said, the transition from creativity to artistic creation is primarily shaped by sociocultural influences that have been historically differentiated between the sexes. Laura Grisi was born in Rhodes, but she lived in Rome since the end of the Second World War, where she died in 2017. She came from a well-to-do family. She trained to become an art teacher with Totti Scialoia in Rome in the 50s. Then she traveled in Paris until 1958, when she married Folco Quilici, a renowned director of television documentaries, whose approach is kind of characterized by a blend of informativeness and colonialist tendencies. Here in the slide, I put the most comprehensive biography of the artist, even if it's at some point partial and inaccurate, but it contains an essay interview between Laura Grisi and Germano Celant, held in 1989. In accordance with the prevailing norms of professional gendering, Laura Grisi received a humanistic education from her mother, who also painted, and a scientific one from her father, who was an amateur scientist. Her father also owned a film production and distribution company, but Grisi never wanted to be acquainted to cinematography. In this interview with Celant, she states that she distances herself from the cinematic reference by attributing it to the male figures in her life, that is, her father, her husband, and later also her son. In the light of the aforementioned, also take into account that Grisi's mother was an amateur painter and certainly gave her a figurative imprint, it can be posited that Laura Grisi's father and husband constituted the true authorizing figure of the artist. And the question is, therefore, how did they exert influence on her professionalization and on her over? Grisi's first emancipation process began in 1959 with the publication of the photo book Pasos por Buenos Aires. She signed with her husband's surname, and it was the first and last time she did that. Quilici also collaborated to the photo book by writing some texts. And the marriage with Quilici lasted 15 interesting years, as she described it, during which she traveled with him in South America, Sub-Saharan Africa, and East Asia. She worked with him actually as a photographic collaborator for all the 60s until 1970s. And it was surely her passion for photography, which she practiced since the age of 14. And thanks to the documentary approach of her husband, that she explored a field that was not much explored by women at that time. But she was painting since 1961. It was not until 64, though, that she held her inaugural first solo exhibition in Bologna. And we can see from this press clipping how it was her husband that allowed her such a public positioning. So she enjoys media coverage during the 60s that is quite exceptional for the artists of this period. What I just described is the first emancipation process of Laura Grisi. A second phase began in 1966 when she participated at the 33rd Venice Art Biennale with the variable paintings. Here I show a picture of her first retrospective held in Geneva 2 years ago. And from this time on, she worked on different media across multiple sectors, as most of her colleagues, on annual basis. So she explored plexiglass, colored plexiglass, neon, video in 1969, and sounds in 1971. Between 1966 and 71, Grisi's expression moves from the material to the media, sending side by side to the Scuola di Piazza del Popolo, that is Italian pop art, and Arte Povera environment. In fact, she also worked with a reproduction of atmospheric effects in closed space with the Natural Elements series in 1968. From the end of the 60s, but precisely the period 1970-72, represents a pivotal moment in Laura Grisi's biography. Firstly, her artistic interest gradually shifted from the typical operativity of Arte Povera to the more meditative approach of conceptual art. Such a change can be seen as a return to her familiar cultural capital. In this interview with Celant, she describes her relationship with her parents as a transmission of knowledge and culture nourished by deep passion. And I quote regarding her father, "I used to talk to him about geometry, logic, gravity, relativity, and everything else I wanted to know in those fields." This allowed her to become familiar with the theories of prominent thinkers such as Bernard Russell, Henri Bergson, and Albert Einstein. This wealth of knowledge is then enriched by her mother's interest in classical music and French poetry. Moreover, the end of her partnership with Quilici, occurred within this year, enabled Grisi to dedicate herself exclusively to her artistic pursuits, renouncing the photography that had initially facilitated her emancipation process and public positioning. So at the beginning of the 70s, Grisi found a unique synthesis between her past as a photographic collaborator and as a photojournalist and the mathematical calculation derived from her father's training. Within the series, distillations occurred from 1969 to 1970. She published two art books in the true Fluxus style, that is 3 months of looking and choice and choosing from 16 to 5,000. After the distillations series, Grisi increasingly exploited her mathematical and scientific knowledge with 4 environmental projects in the series Equilibrium to Carlotta Grisi. Here she explores the visual properties of gravity. The same year, she recorded sounds and still seems to retain her husband's anthropological and environmentalist approach, along with her father's scientific interests. Sounds were recording of natural phenomena such as tree sap, movement of ants, also wind. And between 1972 and 73, she undertook an artistic practice devoted to the principle of repetition in variation, also known from the poems of Paul Valéry. This variations series took place from 1972 to 1976 and opens with pebbles, under the banner of the property of permutation applied to a finite number of 4 stones. All the works made for pebbles are conceived for an environmental installation, like the one Grisi held for her first solo exhibition at the Leo Castelli Gallery in 1973. It also includes her last video art piece, From 1 to 4 Pebbles, at the top right, I put a frame of it, in which the artist documents the repetitive and meditative action. The same procedure was then later applied to the color stripes and then coins, so that the series variations progressively takes on a profound detachment from the natural and documentary referent. Hypothesis about time, which is always part of the variations series, is conceived as an environmental installation of 360 photographs that repropose the property of permutation in a speculation on the present, past, and future that recalls Bergsonian theories. The subsequent hypothesis about space reflects on the rotation of an hexagon that can in turn create a 4-dimensional space in the shape of an hexagon. The installation view at the Van Abbe Museum in Eindhoven in 1976 had an hexagonal room built out of plasterboard for this purpose. To close the series variations, in 1976, Grisi produced the work Similarities Rondeau on the same principle. This evidently takes its cue from the Baroque musical form connected to the mother's knowledge. However, I think that it is precisely in music that one recognizes the mathematical and at the same time creative characteristics of her cultural capital. Grisi continues this line of research with the More Geometrico series from 1978 to 82, linked in general to the infinitesimal division of a reflective form. The first work in the series takes inspiration to the chess game. As we can see from the slide here, there is Endless Dialogue, the first artwork of the series. And the pictures are accompanied by, as always, by sheets in which the artist meticulously carries out the calculation necessary to compose the 3 scores of photographs that are in turn divided into a series of panels. So we can see the pictures and the scores. This type of research continued until the beginning of the 80s, only to be abandoned in favor of a return to material manipulation with the wool sculptures from 85 to 88, and to be resumed at the beginning of the following decade in her very last works, such as Mirrored Piano in 1991. As a critic wrote on the review of the Mirrored series exhibited at the Leo Castelli Gallery in 1992, Laura Grisi, and I quote, Laura Grisi gets her idea from the realms of science, mathematics, and philosophy, and this is precisely what she has been doing systematically since 1972. If with pebbles she wanted to give a mental order to the natural order of things, as she herself states, it was because she still wanted to find an analogy between the structure of nature used as a language of art and an investigation of reality based on scientific principles. Having developed a greater inclination towards the New York art scene, since 1968, Grisi immersed herself in artistic practice, abandoning her previous activity as a photographer for her husband Folco Quilici in 1970. Since after 1972, when their divorce occurred, Grisi embarked on the longest uninterrupted phase of her artistic career, distinguished by an openness to minimalist and conceptual art forms. She was fully integrated to the New York art market, becoming the first woman to be represented at the Leo Castelli Gallery in New York in '73 with the Pebbles exhibition, then moved in New York during the 80s and finally returned to Italy around 1997. So in light of this analysis, it can be stated that the major affirmation phase of her artistic career ultimately take place under the aegis of the cultural capital of family origin and notably her father's, starting from the symbolic year of 1972. And this shows to me how tied she was before to her husband's legacy.
Thank you, Ludovica. Well, so that we can just open our Q&A section. We were delighted by 3 very interesting talks, different time. They cover 3 different time periods, but they are related by the same topic. So the relation between fathers and daughters, or sisters and brothers, and well, questions? Who has questions? Well, I just a curiosity for Sandra. I'd like to know, when Marietta Patricia had her in 1983, 1986, she was working on her project on Marietta Robusti. How was the reception of her work? If you have any clue about the reception by both critics and public.
The project has had a very good resonance just afterwards. In fact, it followed 5 years touring exhibitions in US. Lucy Lippard wrote an extract from the catalog of the exhibition. So, the artist itself was invited in several conferences together with the exhibition itself. And in fact, part of the research I mentioned is archived in Library University in New York. So the resonance was, we follow 5 years of touring exhibition actually with the comments of Lucy Lippard, art scholar.
Yes, because eventually she came along, the birth of the gender studies and art history, women art history. And so I was just thinking to the importance of Greer, and this kind of scholars who started the discipline, and she seems to be the daughter of that movement, and so trying to adapt the past times to her contemporary times. And same questions is for Ludovica. So the reception of Laura Grisi in her contemporary times. Oh, you're there.
Actually, it's a really good question because starting from the feminist perspective, since the reevaluation of her artwork, I think it have been 2 years now. She has been related to the feminist milieu, like ecofeminism, also for her works concerning natural elements, but it's not accurate to me because having been studying her since 1 year and a half, I discovered that she has been distanced from the feminist milieu, and I'm talking about Carla Lonzi and her legacy. And because she was thought to be privileged and beautiful, and so she had the two stereotypes that feminist milieu from Rome and Milan didn't want to include, actually.
Did she ever work with the land art movement? No.
Sorry?
She had never ever worked with the land art movement.
No, she worked later with Lucy Lippard. That is an interesting document that I found where she was with Ida Gianelli, the representative of the network of women artists created by Lucy Lippard. And that was the only reference I found. But when I talked with Ida Gianelli, she told me that actually Laura Grisi was distanced from the milieu, and Ida Gianelli worked with Carla Lonzi, did some of the autocoscienza, i gruppi di autocoscienza, self-awareness groups.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Yeah.
First of all, thank you for the wonderful talks. It was very interesting. I have a question for Liana Cenne. You mentioned the portrait medal of Lavinia Fontana, and I was wondering if you could elaborate a bit more on the connection between the Chiara Baratari portrait, self-portrait, these sort of allegorical allusions, and the Fontana medal, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So you're interested in seeing the connections between the allegorical reference of Chiara Baratari and Lavinia Fontana in relationship of representing themselves as muses. Is that clear? Is that what you're
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I see in both of them, in the in the Cassoni medal and in the portrait of Chiara, I see both of them, the two females, how they love the art of painting and how they represent themselves as an embodiment of that art, of the painting. And I was extremely moved by the portrait of Chiara, of how daring she's portraying herself, revealing her breast, and with the art of the instruments of art, painting and also being in front of a mirror. And with Lavinia, in not necessarily just with that interpretation by Cassoni, but also Lavinia Fontana's portrait. She expresses that way this love for art and the love for painting. It's very moving, and it's almost integration, the beauty of a female with the beauty of creating art. I don't know if I expressed the thought clearly and if I answered your question.
Thank you, yes.
Hello, Liana, this is Consuelo. Yes, I was in a way, thinking of the difference between the way Chiara self-portraits have, I mean, in the style, no? Chiara self-portrays herself and the way she portrays the other ones. So in one way, she was very precise in the reproduction of the textile, so the attention to the details of every single part, you know, of the outfits, so the jewelry, the people she she portrays, and the difference she portrays herself. I mean, besides the allegorical objects she's holding in her hands, but the style and the quality of the painting, the technique seems different. It is just my my view.
No, you are absolutely, because she's portraying herself, and therefore she present her being, this is why she present herself as a psychological person, as a real person. Also the brushstroke, even if we're looking at images reproduction, the brushstroke, when is her self-portrait, is very loose, and it moves through the painting. When she's portraying the ladies of the social class, she's very detailed. It's almost painting porcelain instead of painting on canvas, and is because she can be herself. Therefore, in the self-portrait, she can express her image. She's looking at herself in the mirror, and she reveals herself as she is. And this intimate version of herself that she produces for the viewer is quite different with the social status of these ladies, these court ladies, or these well-to-do ladies from the Padova, they're mostly from Padova, from the Padova court, in which she is being paid to represent an artificial image, but a social image of the sitter. But when she's reproducing herself, she doesn't have to abide by the social standards and the format of the culture. I don't know if I make myself clear.
No, it is clear, and yes, and that it was something I was noticing, and I'd like to have more information about it. It's perfectly understandable, and yeah, thank you. Any other questions? No. So thank you, Liana. Thank you, Sandra. And thank you, Ludovica, Sarah and Ludovica. And so we can go for a quick coffee, and then we open the second and last session of the day. Thank you. Okay, welcome back. Welcome back to the last session of the conference. So there is a little change in the program. Ina Jessen, who's supposed to talk last in this fourth section, and she will be presenting first because she had a sudden commitment, and so she asked us to change the program. So I want to thank Elin Manker and Paula Gauss to make this possible. And so, yes, second, the last session here is single women and professionalization. And Ina Jessen is working. She received a lot of grants and awards from Getty Research Institute, the Common Ground Research Network on Food Studies in New York, and many other foundations. And she also has edited a lot of books. One of the last one by Isabel Ogart and her Metabolism of Food as Art Material. And she has been working as curator at the Dieter Roth Foundation in Hamburg and continues to be the scientific contact person for the Dieter Roth Museum. And as part of her curatorial activities, she has been also responsible for managing the collection of the Hans Holtorf estate since 2015. She has worked as a research assistant for Professor Francois Foster-Hahn of University of California, Riverside, and from 2014 as a research assistant at the Degenerate Art Research Center of Department of Art History, University of Hamburg, as part of a third-party funded research project on the art trade under National Socialism. So Ina is going to present a paper, Polyvalent Inequality, Monica Bonvicini's Costume and Stage Design for Giacomo Puccini's opera Turandot. Welcome, Ina.
So thank you so much. I hope you can hear me, all of you, and see me as well. So you see my presentation, I would say, and I will start, and thank you for shifting the panel for me today. So yeah, let's start. Despite the long development of emancipation and women's movements, conservative, normative role models are still present in our contemporary society. As Marquis' study shows, progressive and provocative artistic positions, specifically emancipated and feminist women, are still marginalized and repressed. My lecture is dedicated to the artistic work of Monica Bonvicini in the context of a popular opera and theatre. On the one hand, it is about the art and cultural history of Monica Bonvicini's work in the wider context of the Biennale di Venezia, and on the other hand, the traditional Teatro La Fenice in Venice. Social criticism is immanent and omnipresent in Bonvicini's feminist work of art. It is naturally contradicts conservative role models that promote a hierarchically subordinate reactionary evaluation of women in society. The transmedia artist of Italian origin who lives and works in Berlin is renowned for this attitude. With a feminist and explicitly political approach, she was invited by the Biennale di Venezia's Presidium to design the costume and scenography for Giacomo Puccini's classic opera Turandot. Her artistic position was therefore well known. In the following, I will explain the circumstances surrounding the censorship of Monica Bonvicini's costume and stage design for Puccini's Turandot. In 2019, the internationally renowned artist was invited by the president of the Biennale di Venezia, Paolo Baratta, to realize a collaborative opera project. In cooperation with the Teatro La Fenice, the project involved the artistic design and costumes and scenography for Giacomo Puccini's opera Turandot and its realization under Bonvicini's artistic direction. 2 months before the premiere, the artistic director in the theater terminated the contract with Monica Bonvicini. She was cancelled. He pursued a more conservative final image of Turandot in relation to Bonvicini's artistic design, which was critical of society, norms, and opera. The artistic director spoke against 3 cages as a material, we see them here, and motivic stage design elements, for example. He thus actively interfered with Bonvicini's artistic form of expression and freedom. The costume and stage design were cancelled 2 months before the premiere, and after that, the opera was nevertheless performed in May at the Teatro La Fenice without the participation, feminist reception, and statement of Monica Bonvicini, but in a more traditional binary approach. So you can see it here. So this is only an example. This is the final version of, or the decision of La Fenice. But we come back to Monica Bonvicini's drafts. The focus of my lecture, entitled Polyvalent Inequality, Monica Bonvicini's Costume and Stage Design for Giacomo Puccini's opera Turandot, is the questioning and even anti-form of existing binary conventions and an intended critique of norms that is intrinsic to Bonvicini's art. Put simply, in 2019, the artist contrasted the traditional idea and expectation of a cliched costume and design and scenography with the contrary, countercultural reading and social critical reception of Puccini's opera Turandot in 3 acts. The information presented here is based on conversations with the artist and on documents that were made available for me. The visual materials mostly comprise studies for the stage design for La Fenice. So it's not a photograph. Since it was not realized, the stage design or the scenography, no photographs exist. As works from her oeuvre were realized in stage and costume design, photographs from other exhibition contexts are available, like we see them here, and are presented in my slides as comparative material. The discussion of specific works or compositions will then briefly focus on the context of feminist art history. We come to the first stage act. So I come to the content level of scenography, and I go into the plot. The story takes place in ancient China, where Princess Turandot, the feared and cold ruler, announces that she will only marry the person who solves her 3 riddles. Anyone who fails will be executed. Prince Calaf, who has fallen in love with Turandot, decides to try his luck, even though he knows the dangers. He is accompanied by his faithful servant Liu and the old king Timur. So what we see here is really a characteristic picture of ways of dealing with compositions like Monica Bonvicini does often. So she plays or she makes compositions with light and dark, with shadows and different ways of dealing with light and metal, for example, as well. So another picture shows us the desire. It's mirrors as well, and the big letters of the word, which are combined with this scenography and with the actors in front and in the back, what we see later on. We come to the second act. It's really brief. So, this is the other work examples how she's acting in landscape art works, for example, or with printmaking as well. And she's really much working with typography, as you know. The second act. Calaf faces up the riddles and successfully solves them with which infuriates Turandot. She tries to discourage him by threatening to kill him if he does not reveal his name. Calaf, however, remains steadfast and gives her a challenge. If she finds out his name during the night, he will sacrifice himself. So this is what we see here. Monica Bonvicini is working with shadows and light spots. The desire is dark now, but there is some smoke and dust, what we see here, for example. But it's not really classical in a way. So here's a detail she gave me. And now you see also the actors in the back row behind the topography, behind the word desire. And what you see here is the whip in the middle of, or in the center of the scene. So this is an artwork breathing. It's really a rope, a thick rope, and it's really long, a few meters. And then you have the leather belts, for example, and it's like whipping through the room or the space. What you see here, it's turning to the left. This is really something characteristic for Monica Bonvicini's artwork. But now I come to the third act. Turandot is in despair and she cannot defeat Calaf. Liu, who is in love with Calaf, sacrifices herself to show Turandot what true love is. So I give you here the next picture. Turandot finally realizes that she loves Calaf, and when she learns his name, she decides not to kill him. The opera ends with the union of Calaf and Turandot, who sheds her cold facade and opens up. Yeah, large-scale sculptures, what you see in the next picture. Here in the left part of the space, in the form of round cages of different heights occupying central area of the scenography space. Later in the gallery, so we come to this point later on, their metal grid is backed with LED bars illuminating the inner. So here's a disease as a second word, but what I wanted to show you is these cages. With the costuming of the three protagonists in the final act, Bonvicini negotiated anti-normative, anti-hierarchical, and power political gender attributions. Using artistic materials such as leather and metal, she almost petrified them as a sculptural form and kept them in separate cages. She did not intend the final kiss in the last act of Turandot, so there will be not a happy end. According to her feminist interpretation with reference to Lacan's psychoanalytic theory, Bonvicini's Turandot idea thus did not correspond to a normatively feminine ascribed powerlessness and binding to heteronormative masculine figures. So this is the final picture from the theater scene, actually, but it's only a sketch, what I mentioned before. And now we come to the gallery exhibition, what she made. So after the contract dissolved by Theater La Fenice, the gallery Peter Kirchmann exhibited in Zurich drawings that were created as part of the preparations for Turandot, as well as the performance Torture Me, Bind Me. It was in 2019 in summer as well, so after she was cancelled. Bonvicini presented her extensive research around Turandot. Inspired by the opera libretto, the artist created a series of sculptures and works on paper showing for the first time her approach to the opera. The cage is occupied by performers. One is singing the lyrics of the Liu, one of the main characters by Turandot, and I quote. So it was sang by Peaches, actually. So here's the cages again. The song was, bind me, torture me, give me torments and pain as the supreme suffering of my love. So this is a quote. In this case, words of submission, dependency, and desperation for love are represented by the artist as a confession of sadomasochistic tendencies of sexual freedom. Usually, such symbols of captivity and restriction, isolation and submission become in Bonvicini's hands a statement of female empowerment. The cages mark the perimeter of an inner space in the opera, and later the exhibition that highlights a strong and independent female identity in opposition to the heterocentric environment all around. As if it were an armor, the cage allows the female performer to freely act and sing in an environment that has been conceived and delineated exclusively by male desire and patriarchal bigotry. End of quote. And I come to an end. So just give me a second. So here's some other works on paper she created for this opera and for the exhibition. Why does the empowered role ascription of a woman, which has been detached from its traditional and normative context, ensure the censorship and progressive image of women? In the light of the fact that Monica Bonvicini was invited to contribute to the artistic design of the opera Turandot, on what comprehensible grounds can a contemporary globally known artistic position be discriminated against by a comparably conservative setting? I would like to relate the act of exclusion in an ongoing artistic process to the emancipatory history of gender sensitivity. The history of the woman is mirrored in a history of emancipation that has lasted for centuries, or even thus reference works capture the binary of marginalization and objectification in the lemma woman thee. I quote, "For a long time, the cultural history of women was a history of concealment and exclusion. The extensive exclusion of women from the political and cultural institutions that shaped history corresponds to the marginal positions of women in the historical record. This makes the history of images of women and a myth of the feminine all the richer in material, although women themselves were only involved in their creation to a very limited extent. Directly related to this are traditional heteronormative gender attribution and binaries, according to which women, in contrast to the rational and reflexively ascribed characteristics of normative images of masculinity, were categorized by selflessness, gentleness, tenderness, sensitivity, or innocence as a centrally feminine attribute. The cultural historian Susan Sontag subsumed the binary terms already in her 1973 essay, The Third World of Women, as follows. Masculinity is equated with competence, autonomy, self-control, ambition, risk-taking, independence, rationality, and femininity, on the other hand, with incompetence, helplessness, irrationality, passivity, a lack of complete competitive drive and niceness, unquote. Social and working life in the outside world, which is ascribed to men, contrasts with work in the home and care work in the family. The question of and demand for self-evident institutional and thus social power is evident, for example, in recent feminist theory or history since the middle of the 20th century. Today's reception ties the historical circumstances back to our present and pushes the question of the visibility of women artists in the 21st century. If we look at the artistic and educational interventions of Monica Bonvicini, or for example, the artist group Guerrilla Girls, the disparity between idea of equal participation in the art market and in public collections and numerically verifiable realities is confirmed. With a popular poster, "Do Women Have to Be Naked to Get into the Met Museum?" In 1989, the group of artists focused the inequality of women and men in a specific context presented in the general public on a New York billboard. In doing so, they highlighted the extreme imbalance of power relations because, I quote, "less than 5% of artists in the modern art sections are women, but 85% of nudes are female," unquote. The campaign has enjoyed enduring popularity ever since, As the political work of female artists always remains relevant, addresses contemporary political developments and imbalances, and makes an important contribution to political education. Renowned female artists have dedicated themselves to feminist, gender political, and queer themes and needs to stand for a diverse and open, equal art world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Ina. So next is Ellen Manker. Ellen holds a PhD in art history and is associate professor at Umeå, correct, University in Sweden. And research concerns design and crafts history with a specific interest in aesthetics and materiality. Recent publications include object photography, illustrated prize list, and the circulation of knowledge, 2022, and a co-edited textbook on materiality for art history students at 2023. So Ellen is going to present a paper, a work of one's own, professionalism, self-government, and the single women artist in 19th century Sweden. Welcome, Ellen.
Thank you. Okay. So thank you for the introduction, and thank you for having me at this intriguing conference. We're going back to the 19th century now then. 1865 was an important year in women's quest for equal rights and independence in Sweden. This year, the laws changed, making all unmarried women older than 25 legal by age. This right, as said, was for the unmarried woman only. If married, she would lose her legal status to her husband, who could then decide in all her affairs and had the right to her money. This change of the laws was nevertheless a gateway to self-government for women, a first step for other equal rights. In this talk, I will speak about why being legal by age was such an important step in the emancipation movement, how it affected decisions for a marital status, and give some examples on how the quest for being taken seriously as a professional was communicated through the arts. Even though women in the arts is my focus, I want to stress that any woman that partook in the paid work did something for the subsequent process towards equal rights. Teachers, industry workers, nurses, etc. All these women showed a new position in society was possible. My examples will be painter Elisabeth Kaiser and Julia Beck, and textile designer Selma Jöbel, who in different ways negotiated their roles as women in relation to the possibilities that opened after 1865. That women could be her own governor, could speak for herself, and act as a free citizen. What women had to pay for that freedom was to stay unmarried and, of course, to find a way to navigate at the male-dominated market for art. Julia Beck represents the kind of female artist we often take as an example when looking at late 19th century. She was highly skilled, and as you can see, her work was at the forefront of artistry at the time. The last ray of sunlight from 1888 might remind us of Claude Monet's painting of water lilies, but it's worth noting how early this is made, many years ahead of when he really got into that kind of imagery around 1900 in Giverny. It is painted with absolute control of colors, with free yet precise brushstrokes, creating an atmosphere where you can almost feel the freshness of a cooler air that comes at sunset. At the same time, it has a composition that is absolutely modern for its time. It partakes in the contemporary outdoor painting approach. It has left beyond humans and even the landscape as motif, focusing on the water, making it almost an abstract painting. So as we can see, it wasn't ability that were a problem for women to work as artists. The problem was how they were viewed in society, what role they were expected to take, and what events they were allowed to partake in. Self-portraiture is a strong genre with long traditions, as we also have heard earlier in this conference, connotating a certain authenticity and artistic freedom, since such motifs were normally not painted as commission works, as Oscar Betschman, among others, has stated. In the context of the 19th century, then, public exhibitions became more and more important events. With such publicity, the persona of the artist also became of more interest to the general public, and self-portraits developed into a kind of promotional picture of the professional self, a staging of yourself as an artist, if you like, not just to women, but to every artist. And the artistic self could be communicated in different ways, as we can see in the case of Elisabeth Kaiser above. Skillful naturalistic approach and attributes in the painting as the canvas to the right, the mirroring with the viewer, the eye contact, and the painting tools. In Julia Beck's self-portrait, even more context is brought to display. Art historian Carina Rech has written about this painting, and I follow her in my statement below. So in this painting, Beck positioned herself in the historic tradition of male colleagues. Beck is said to have admired Baroque portraiture, and here she recalls Rembrandt, not mainly because the composition in half-body or the gaze, but perhaps especially in the choice of color palette, lighting, and the dress that is both modern and flirting with fashion from Rembrandt's time. The hat with feather and the white collar hiding under her coat. Alluding on the great masters almost as an act of artistic reenactment, Beck demanded a place for herself as an artist, not a female artist. Looking again at Kaiser, we can see how she also features fashionable clothes. One might wonder about the feather shawl she has wrapped around her arms. That is not very practical when painting. It is as she, almost ironically, points out that femininity and professionalism goes together well. It's not a contradiction. In pictures like this, we can trace larger ambition behind motifs. By positioning themselves and skillfully allude on history, contemporary, as well as the ideal of the male artistic genius, women created a kind of comment and rhetoric image of the unreasonable situation they found themselves. Through their arts, they claimed equal professional status as men. Both Beck and Kaiser moved to Paris for developing their artistry. They arrived there around 1880, shortly after being legal by age at 25. Beck stayed in France throughout her life, while Kaiser returned home where she opened an art school. She thus turned her professional life towards supporting the next generation. In this, her career has similarities to my other example. Textile artist Selma Jöbel started her career with aspiration to become a sculptress. But over the years, this ambition was transformed into first wooden craft and eventually textile design. She established a business for craft in 1885 and came to be one of the first and perhaps the most prominent representatives of the arts and craft movement in Sweden. Selma Jöbel was born 1843, hence she was 10 years older than Kaiser and Beck. And I would like to contextualize this fact by thinking of legal progresses she met during her early life. In her childhood, women still had no independence. They were governed by their fathers, a brother, or other male relatives. When Jöbel was 15, in 1854, however, a decision was made that unmarried women could apply for being legal by age at the age of 25. They needed to stay unmarried not to lose that right, but still there was an opportunity opened. When she was 22, in 1865, as I said in the beginning, it was decided that women would automatically become legal by age if unmarried at 25, and still they needed to stay unmarried not to lose that right. When she was 25 then, she became independent due to the very recent change in laws. This means she belonged to the very first generation that grew up with an alternative. Those before her did not see a choice for other lifestyles in the youth. They did perhaps not even dream of other ways of living. It is noteworthy that so many women entered the journey as professional artists or artisans just after the event of them being legal by age. As mentioned, Beck and Kaiser left for Paris after turning 25. In Goebbels' case, that event also coincided with her father's death, which meant she inherited some money. Since not marrying, she could spend those money on her education and on the subsequent career. Being part of the very first wave of women's emancipation in Sweden pushed Goebbels in the direction to establish a business that sold artisan works by other women. She saw the need to enable spaces for women in the arts, to enable for them to dare take that step beyond the common and expected married life. We don't know today how many women that took the way through her enterprise, but it can have been hundreds over the years. And with these three women in mind, which I have only briefly sketched, I would like for the rest of the talk to contextualize what legal by age and citizenship in relation to that meant at this point in time, and how it came to be that speaking for the right to work were the women's emancipation's main task up until the 1890s, not the right to vote. In the 19th century, as we know, society underwent large-scale changes. In the aftermath of the French Revolution, new positions in society and what it meant to be a citizen in a country were under negotiation. In this development, women and her possible new role in society became a problem to define. The question was, should she have the same rights as men, or should she, as earlier, be considered, and I quote, to serve and experience citizenship through her husband, end of quote, as Susan Stanfield has put it. If the last, she would continue to stand outside the proclaimed brotherhood of free and equal citizens that were supposed to inhabit the post-revolutionary country. In either way, the new rights and obligations on what being a citizen in the 19th century were to be agreed upon and written down. As American gender scholar Joan Waller-Scott has argued, in writing down the laws, a need to generalize citizenship was manifested, which had to do with two completely new ideas for the 19th century on what it meant, what citizenship meant. On the one hand, that everyone was a free individual that had intrinsic values as an original and autonomous individual, and on the other hand, that this individual should have universal but equal rights in society. Scott points out that these two ideals hold a built-in contradiction which made writing the laws more complicated. The free individual needed, in practice, to be subordinated to the universal rights, which means each and everyone could not, after all, be fully free since they simultaneously obeyed the laws and obligations to be a citizen. On the top of that contradiction, which was tough to solve for the sake of men, came womanhood. Women had hardly any rights since earlier, but indisputably they constituted half of all the people in a country. Still men hesitated. Could women be included as free individuals, just like that? Scott argues that women as phenomenon in this way became a destabilizing factor for the whole discussion on freedom, individual rights, and thus citizenship. The solution, as we know, came to be that her rights continued to be circumcised. Men took the easy way out and simply left women out, as tradition gave them right to do. Women were, however, practical in the quest for gaining equal rights, but perhaps surprisingly for us today, they did initially turn their gaze towards the right to work professionally. They did not, as I said, initially ask for the right to vote. And why is that? Wouldn't the right to vote be the best way to change those rights that had been written off women's citizenship? The very straightforward answer to this is that all men at this point in time did not have the right to vote either. As you can see from this graph, only 10% of the citizens in Sweden had the right to vote in 1870. 90% fell out of that limit due to two reasons. Half of them were women of any class, and the other half were men, but with too low income. The electoral system at this time was graded. The more income and property worth money, the more votes. It was not one individual, one vote. You could have several votes or you could have none, even as a man. The right to vote, thus, were connected to property, and property was something you could only gain if you had an income. And control over your income and property came with being legal by age. So, what women saw in society was that work and independence were the pair that came together, also for men. Men needed to have qualified work too to have the rights to vote. Influence started with the profession for everyone in the 19th century. And to come to a conclusion, getting the status of a legal by age citizen were a crucial step for women in the quest for equality. Quite early, 1865, in the case of Sweden, the unmarried women was approved that status. The women's emancipation movement subsequently argued for all women's rights to full citizenship, also married women, but that did not happen until 1921. This meant throughout the 19th century, women in general had to give up the thought of family and children if wanting self-government. Convincing women to give up family was, of course, not a given, and convincing critical male voices that women were able to do qualified work was not easy either. This made women in the arts so crucial. Even though the criteria for being independent were absurd, really, you needed to stay single. Artistic career were somehow an acceptable substitute that created a critical mass of women that eventually did start to convince men, both in private, as employers, or in political circumstances, that qualified work and entrepreneurial skills were part of womanhood. We know that the journey for independence and confidence in women as artists or employees in general perhaps did not go as fast as one would have wished. There were many obstacles, not the least that these women constituted serious competition to men. But nevertheless, I would argue, those who took that journey made a significant mark as role models for the independent woman at the time. And since they have left their artworks for us to see today, there is a significant mark left also for us to contextualize the history of art and highlight how the work for equal rights during the second half of the 19th century were tightly intertwined with and expressed through the female, often single woman artist's work. And in this 15-minute talk, I have only been able to briefly pin out some of these things in history, but thank you anyway for listening to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ellen. So, last one for the day is Paola Gauss. And Paola is a researcher, assistant PhD candidate and lecturer at where? We missed
University of Arts in Braunschweig.
In US, and her teaching and research interests include the reception of art history, feminist art history, pop art, peace movement, and joyful revolutionary art. She's presenting Love is Hard Work, a field analysis of the challenges faced by Corita Kent. Thank you, Paola.
Dear Consuela and Adelina, dear colleagues, thank you for the invitation. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak here in Rome on one of my favorite topics at this important fourth annual International Conference on Women in the Arts. Today, I would like to discuss Corita Kent, born 1918, and the context behind this quote from one of her final works, created shortly before her passing, 1986, Love is Hard Work.
First of all, I would like to give you a brief overview of my point of view. From the very first time that I heard about the artist Sister Corita Kent, I was fascinated. The story of her life, the artworks she created, and the ideas she shared as a teacher and peace activist. There was an ongoing exhibition in Cologne at the Museum Ludwig, mapping the collection, curated by Janice Mitchell, when I first heard and saw Sister Corita Kent, who is often labeled as a pop art nun. This happened at the same time as I was writing my master thesis on pop art and the artist James Gill, who was living the opposite life of Sisters of the Immaculate Heart of Mary in Los Angeles as a young male artist, quite independent, with a well-known gallery owner, Felix Landau, pushing his success and paying for his independent lifestyle as a wild artist, while drawing various nudes after his hilarious hit, The Triptych of Marilyn Monroe. Today, this point of view is still a relevant example of how helpful it is to reconstruct the known relationship of the patriarchal struggle of women and women artists, as Lucy Lippard or Grisella Pollock have already commented. So let me come back to my topic, Love is Hard Work, a field analysis of the challenge forced by Corita Kent. As a sister of the Immaculate Heart of Mary, these women had the chance to break out of the ordinary society system of full-time employment between motherhood, wife, supporter, and or sex icon for a better life, full of reachable possibilities of high education and independent studying. As it is known, the man they take care of is the son of the Blessed Virgin Mary. And I think the perspective change when women can name the origins as holy and not as suspected love sinners, lazy or hysterical. Anne-Catherine Kohut recently published on the phenomenon of cuteness, asking, among other things, can cuteness be an act of seductive subversion? Can cuteness be an act of feminist empowerment? And I really liked that question. The aspect of self-determination in roles that seems powerless unless those constructed roles are completely focused and decoded. Just as Annette Tietenberg studies on Eva Hesse, Konstruktion des Weiblichen, made this clear. This leads to my first question. At first glance, the nature of sisterhood seems to be near to be invisible. The dress code helps to hide the individual that seems to be missing. Other typical attributes of sisters and nuns are altruistic, supportive, and quiet behavior. So I ask you, can this constellation of pious artists be revolutionary or subversive, just like the empowerment thesis of cuteness by Kohut? Let us take a closer look at the life and work of Corita Kent. Kent entered the Immaculate Heart of Mary in 1936, right after graduating from high school when she was 18 years old. As a sister, she didn't want escapism, she wanted the opportunity for self-empowerment. She received her Masters of Art degrees and taught art classes for years, winning national awards and traveling in the United States, and went on a traditional art trip to Europe and Egypt. Step by step, she became a recognized popular artist and teacher. Finally, in 1964, she became the chair of the Immaculate Heart Art Department and had close contacts outside the sisterhood and community of the Immaculate Heart with famous personalities such as the visionary Buckminster Fuller, the artist John Cage, the designer Carpel Ray and Charles Eames, or the activists and pastors Phil and Daniel Berrigan. Let me repeat my question. Can pious be subversive and revolutionary? And my answer to that question, focusing on Kent, is yes, totally. Corita Kent knew how the art world was changing in the 60s. She knew Marshall McLuhan's credo, the medium is the message. She became aware of the change, what Arthur C. Dento later will label as aboutness in the art world. She was pretty smart, well-educated, popular, humorous, and aware of what she could do and what she could not. Rarely can we find limited works on art about marriage and desire. Mostly we can find works about love or charity, joyful, arranged, just like these two versions of the Virgin Mary, labeled as the juiciest tomato. I would like to mention that the expression juicy tomato at the time was an expression of a pretty, attractive woman. Today we would term this probably hot chick. The tomato motif was used 3 times by the artist. 2 in 1964 and 1 3 years later in 1967. Susan Dakerman repeats this occupied inspiration named by Corita herself was the fascination of the contemporary art of her time and especially her visits at the Furious Gallery held by Walter Hobbs and Edward Kienholz at the La Cienega Boulevard in Los Angeles, 1962. Quote, in her 1964 serigraph, Juiciest Tomato of All, Corita paired the slogan appropriated from Can del Mon tomato sauce with a representation of the Virgin Mary. Kant famously drew ire from the Catholic Church for her radical embrace of popular culture and updated conception of the female divinity. Quote end. As we look closer, Kant mentions Mary by this quote on the screen print itself. Mary does love, and she sings and runs and wears bright orange today. She would probably do her shopping at the market basket. Quote end. Despite the provocation, this work was appreciated because it embodied the principles of renewal and openness that the Council had promoted then and now. There are some impressions of the Holy See Pavilion on Giudecca at the current Venice Art Biennale. After 1964, Corita Kent sharply, vibrantly, and joyfully started to criticize and juxtapose with her screen prints. What we can see is that she became loud instead of quiet. Shortly before she left the order, she began creating a series of 29 screen prints from 1968 to 1969. She described them as a series of heroes and sheroes, which marks a significant turning point in the artist's career. She was still solitary and full of selfless love, but she could not be quiet and say nothing about the crimes against humanity at the time. These examples of artworks of her series shows us what seems clear from our standpoint. Kant became aware of her individual impact as artist and game changer of the time when she quotes the French philosopher Albert Camus, "I should love my country and still love justice." The second wave of feminism emerged at the end of the 60s, and we know less about her attitude toward desire and love, but we can safely assume that it was complex. We know that Kant recognized the insurmountable conflicts between her fame, her attitude for social justice, and the cultural change for women. She quit being a nun in 1968 at the age of 50 and moved to Boston. There's no doubt that for her, love was peace, justice, and humanity. Nellie Scott, the executive director of the Corita Art Center, which I was lucky to meet in person at the beginning of the year in Los Angeles, said in an interview with Katie Hassel, quote, "When she speaks of love, it is about an humanitarian effort, this kind of universal community that we all belong to as humans." Quote end. While recent publications about her life and artworks have not focused on this, it is clear that love was a major theme for her. Kant repeats this theme constantly. But after her move to Boston, we can see that something new was emerging. Less screen prints, more watercolors, more teaching, more bigger art projects, as I would like to explain in a moment. The artwork Daisy, which iconology refers to the French game He loves me not. This game is spoiled by the artwork of Kant. She answered with yes, no is not an option. The question remains, who are the lovers? It could be humanity, Jesus, or individual persons. Her yes focus on the optimistic view of life, boundless love, joy, and the desire of answering the question, does he or does he not? This silkscreen is from the year 1966, and it was one of the artworks that later hang in her living room in Boston. It must have been one of her favorites. I said something new was emerging, and what I meant by that is that there is an arising icon that refers to her work from 1986, Love is Hard Work. Constantly, we can find artworks referring rainbows, flowers, and love. In Boston, she was asked by the gas company to design a gas tank. The Boston landmark Rainbow Swash became the largest copyright work in the world, and later she adapted the same design for the love stamp, which has sold over 700 million copies and became one of the most iconic images. With the creation of the love stamp and the gas tank, it becomes clear what her interests were at the time. These big and tiny colorful brushes were used by her to spread a sign of Christian iconology of peace and love, knowing that God has sent his rainbow to humanity. It is obvious that Kant was still committed to God without being a sister of the Immaculate Heart of Mary. She could also be a Christian, independent, liberal woman, and successful artist. Her way of teaching was remarkable, revolutionary, and had aspect of happenings and understanding art as an expression close to life. Conceptual ideas can also be found. Kant wanted to publish a book about her way of teaching and understanding art. It should be noted that she started the script of Learning by Heart together with her student Ian Stewart, but could not complete it before she died at the age of 67 in 1986, diagnosed with cancer in 1974. But Stewart took care of it and published Learning by Heart 1992. Luckily, it was published in a second edition recently, so we still can investigate her thoughts about art and teaching. Corita Kent was enormously successful and well-known at her living time. And in context of art history, her assignments were years before John Baldessari's legendary post-studio class at CalArts. Today we can look back and see great steps for art history. It's not a question of Noglin, why have there been no great women artists? It is the question of a long wind to make these great women visible in art history forever. It takes time and effort to recover the success of women artists like Corita Kent. I am grateful for the opportunity to be a part of this Aiwac and that I can proceed the discourse on women artists and the position of pop art that Sid Sachs and Calliope Miniudaki started 10 years ago with the exhibition Seductive Subversion and the World Goes Pop. This year, the Holy See Pavilion in Venice was the perfect stage setting and raising awareness of the achievements of Corita Kent. It is a great moment that she was welcomed warmly by the Vatican and the art world in general. Therefore, I would like to end this paper with a no less important quote from Pope Francis himself, who encouraged listening to women artists. Quote, "They have something important to teach us. I am thinking of artists such as Frida Kahlo, Corita Kent, or Louise Bourgeois, and many others. I hope with all of my heart that contemporary art can open our eyes, helping us to value adequately the contribution of women as a protagonist of the human adventure." Thank you, grazie mille, vielen Dank.
Thank you, Paola. It was very enlightening and touching as well at the same time. So when we just to open the session to the questions, so when we read your paper, we found the right away very interesting, but we probably, I'm trying to talk also on behalf of Adelina Modesti, probably we didn't think that was this interesting, because it really opens a path of research. So the role of non-artists in contemporary times, because we have studied extensively the role of non-artists in the Middle Ages, and to Hildegard of Bingen, we dedicated the number 2 of Aiwac, and then to 1400 and 1500 and Plautilla Anelli. But really there is, I think, still a field of research, 1900 to be investigated. So it's a matter of fact that she quit the convent and she became a laywoman, but strongly keeping the values she had been taught during and professed during her life in the convent. The first questions, I found that works heroes and sheroes, it's like matronage and patronage. And no, it's the first question is for you, and then I open the question to the other ones. If you ever, if you have seen or found the hand relation between her heart and Paul VI's statement about art and women for the Jubilee of the 1975. So because it seems that was very timely, her independent path towards her careers, and Paul VI's statement about art and women. It's just a curiosity.
Is it on? Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the question. I'm pretty sure that she was aware of him, but I'm not sure about the other side, because the cardinal in California tried to make his own convent. Is that the answer?
Yes, no. It was just something that was coming in my mind, and I was thinking aloud mainly. So, questions just for Ellen and Paola, and Ina left because she had class, she had to teach. And so for Ellen and Paola, so Ellen, so if I understand correctly, women had a right of vote in 1921 in Sweden, correct? So that was for them all, so without, regardless the status. Well, at least 26 years before Italian women, so we got it in 1947.
So thank you everyone for your papers, very fascinating indeed. I have a question for Ellen. So the last image you showed of Kaiser in her studio was interesting because it looks like a kind of domestic space as well. And I'm just wondering to the extent to which both these artists, Beck Kaiser, Josol Goebel, were in a way reconfiguring the idea of the domestic space. I mean, you very much concentrated on obviously their artistic output and the portraits, the self-portraits, which are revealing and insightful. But to what extent are they kind of also engaged in a sort of idea of remodeling the domestic, or does that actually happen?
Well, I think I'm not sure about domestic space in general, to be honest. But the artist studio is something that that appears in pictures. And of course, photography at that point in time, they had kind of a staging and a lot of attributes and sort of almost a theater setting that you could choose from. But there are a lot of pictures, photographs from the studio and also paintings from the studio. So that is much more, at least obvious, than that they would say something about the interior. On the other hand, Selma Jöbel, the other woman who was in the arts and craft, she absolutely, and women's emancipation movement absolutely did consider the interior in many ways. So that's another paper because it's so much to say about it.
I mean, it's very interesting because obviously there's an interesting role of the Swedish artists in Paris in the late 19th century, the 1880s and 90s. But there's also an interesting question around Ruskin and the extent to which, rather, well, paradoxically, since Ruskin is not necessarily the advocate of gender equality, but Ruskin, women find in the Ruskinian idea of the arts and crafts concept, the ideals, a way, in a sense, of remaking or recreating an artistic identity. So Ruskin becomes borrowed for something else in a rather fascinating way. Would you say that happens in the case of these Swedish artists?
Yes, especially if you look at the arts and crafts or the crafters, the designers that we should say today, absolutely, and especially those in textile design. They were very much at the forefront and partook in the discussions. Ruskin, for instance, and Morris and those British philosophers of art were not really part of the theories that was discussed in Sweden during the 19th century. It was more like the turn of the century when they were really read and sort of introduced. But these textile designers, female, they anyhow took on their thoughts a bit earlier than I would say they were generally known about. So that's another very interesting aspect of female artists or artists, crafters then in Sweden.
Other questions? Oh, yes, Giancarlo. Thank you.
You focused on women's emancipation, liberty, freedom, and I was wondering if you can see a change in the artistic creation, in style, in the themes that women were producing once they were emancipated, liberated, or freed.
So you mean after 1920s then, or is it?
I mean, they were liberated, you said, when they were 25 years old. So maybe this was a turning point, and also in the 1921, yeah.
Yeah, well, I would say this coincided, 1865, it's coincided when also with women having the right to partake in artistic education, higher artistic education, which was also quite early then, perhaps. I mean, I don't know for every country, of course, but so I guess these two things goes hand in hand, and I didn't say that during the talk. And earlier on, I mean, yes, perhaps you could say that their motifs and whatever they painted became a broader sort of palette of motifs, and they would paint anything that a man would paint, so to speak. But I haven't thought of that specifically, so I'm not sure I can have a more elaborate answer than that.
I have a general question, if I may ask. If there's something that I've noticed today is that there's, as you before, that there are many self-portraits. I mean, self-portraiture takes a huge amount of the art production of female artists through the ages. And I was wondering if all of you, might say something about that. Why? How come it's so? And I don't mean because they were limited. I know that they were in some times and places, female artists were limited in the themes that they were allowed to do, but still you see huge amount of self-portraiture.
I don't know, but it could be a thesis that it is an act of self-empowerment to be seen. Yeah, but it's a good question.
Thank you. Wasn't that Ellen's point? I don't want to speak for her. But that the self-representation of the woman artist is very much that she's presenting herself as a professional working person, individual, rather than as a female artist, but as an artist who works. But what I found interesting was that shift from early modern to an industrial context, where during the early modern period, the single woman was a temporary position or identity. You moved through singlehood to marry or enter a convent. So you weren't expected to remain single lifelong. And the married woman was the woman who had more status in society. If I understood you correctly, you were saying the opposite, in that the single woman seems to have an independence that the married woman didn't.
Well, I'm not sure it was a question, but yes, I would say at least there was a contradiction or something that came about with this discussion on citizenship. And as you said, a married woman had a certain status, but she wasn't independent.
She still had to reject family and marry and motherhood and married life. So there is still a loss of something, of some kind of social identity.
I think the portrait question is really fundamental. I mean, if you think of Dürer and Raphael, that's sort of this early statement, you know, I am more than just a journeyman. I'm an artist. I have a vision of the world. The early Raphael also coming into that idea, this early self-portrait of the vision of possibility. Portraiture for the artists we've been talking about also is as much an act of that, in a sense, coming, it's being part of a tradition, but it's also coming into that idea of the vision and their vision of the world. And I think that can operate both within the interstices of status and marriage, but we've seen very many cases of instances where artists are making the portrait to say, I am more than the copyist, I am more than the follower, I am also the inventor of this vision. I showed a portrait last year by Victorine Meurent, Manet's model, which is an extraordinary self-portrait, and it's now in the Boston MFA, 1876. It was discovered in a Paris flea shop in 2021. And that is absolutely Victorine Meurent saying, I am part of a tradition, I am a maker of a vision. But I've also been castigated and written out of history precisely because Manet's biographers have said I was simply a no-good. You know, I was a I was a woman of low and dubious means and eventually an alcoholic. That's how she was written by Mani's biographers. So this is a very potent and powerful issue. Not just women modeling themselves, women making visibility, but women saying, I am part of that vision. I am the maker of that vision. So I do think there's more we can say about that as well.
Fabio, I don't know if we can go back to Patricia Rocco's. Yes. So she was, as you can read as a general comment, it was also necessary as part of the stability to establish their identity in general as they struggle to emerge as artists and construct their identity throughout the ages. Patricia Rocco is a scholar in early Renaissance women artists, and she's writing, I guess, from New York. Well, thank you. Just before concluding, I want to say thank you to my students, simply because they have been here for almost 4 hours now. And I want to address something to the girls. Don't give for granted that now you can just have access to education with freedom. That's something that has been struggling forever to give this liberty. And so take care of it. I'm sorry, but it was, I think, it's a threshold exactly. So thank you so much for this very long, intense day, and see you tomorrow. Thanks to Maddie, thanks to Giancarlo, thanks to Fabio, thanks to Adelina, thanks to you all. Thanks to everyone, and see you tomorrow. Bye.